What's up? One sec, I'm not looking yet. I'm putting in some new music. Give me a sec. Alright, cool. Yo, hello. Doug, remember your testicles. No. There's two stories that I'm going to tell you. Neither of which are stories or interesting. One is about my testicles and one is about socks, okay? It's going to be awesome. So, just get pumped, okay? And don't let me forget about them. Because, man, what a letdown it'll be if you guys don't get to hear these stories. Oh, my God. I can't wait. No, they're not connected. It's two different things. They're not testicle socks. I'm fucking tired. You forgot. Here's a reminder. I haven't forgotten yet. I literally just finished saying it. Yo, first time in your live. Yo, what up? Welcome. I mean, today's a weird stream. Today doesn't count, okay? All of today, it doesn't count. What if we combine testicles and socks to make testicle socks? Look, our scientists didn't stop to ask, should they do that thing? Whatever the quote is. Ugh. Oh, somebody fired the 10% chance of Billy Mays. Unfortunately, you got absolutely robbed. And I just stole $50,000 dues from you with nothing in return. Although now it means the next person is 10% more likely to summon Billy Mays, even though that's not how statistics work at all. Check out my channel. No, I'm not gonna look at people's individual channels today. I'm gonna go over the just the video I made, some of it, and just mostly ask questions or answer questions if people have it. I mean, I don't know. I haven't done something like this before. I don't know how interesting or long we will do something like this. Just saw the video and I'm not a millionaire. I think you need to watch the video 2 or 3 times before the $1 million gets deposited into your bank account. Yeah, I don't really know how I'm going to do this either. I don't have a good plan here. I mean, I haven't done anything like this. Are people here? Some people are clearly here. I can't tell if people are here. I can't tell if the notifications have gone out to everybody yet. Make an infinite loop of reacting to people. Just recap stuff after every 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking we just, like, watch it through, and if people, like, after each section, I sort of, like, pause it and answer questions that people have about it. Discord notif is out. All right. It's so weird. Why, like, it's so variable on how quickly people get here. I don't really get it. I watched the video, and I don't have 1 million subs yet. Oh, yeah, we also have a new emote. Doug chatting. If you want to be a condescending backseater who constantly tells me what to do or just acts very pretentious about stuff, you can choose Doug chatting to show how confident you are. It's the first animated emote. It's based off the chatting emote, which I love. Or I guess you could use it for other things. I don't know. Maybe it's a note-taking. I guess it could also work for, like, if we're discussing a very important subject matter. You could use the Doug chatting. It's pretty multifaceted,
Hey
I think.
Doug, it is I, Clad. The last stream you did was on my birthday.
Happy birthday.
But I missed it since it was at 1 AM.
Oh, sorry.
Boo from the Discord gave you a list with some birthday names.
Yeah.
My name became a number.
Yeah.
But I am very happy still, and found it quite funny too.
I did try to wish you a happy
king.
birthday. It just, instead of your name, I wished some gigantic number a happy birthday. I was close. All right. I guess we do things. Where is Coach? Oh, I deleted Coach emote, sorry. Because I'm not supposed to have that. You are not allowed to just put emotes with other people's, like, faces from TV shows that you didn't make. Sorry. Like, I guess F for Coach. He's a good man. To be clear, he's not dead. It's just that the emote isn't in my channel anymore. The emote of him with a mustache. So I know this is a hard, emotional, turbulent experience for you all. Technically, you made the monocle and mustache. Yeah, that doesn't mean... That's like the people who post full episodes of SpongeBob on YouTube and say no copyright intended. Or they flip it. That's not fair use. When I upload an emote, I have to say, you have to sign an agreement that says you own all the rights
Doug,
to this.
I'm not here.
No, he's not dead. He's not dead. Okay, Scuba Dooba, you've done attendance correctly. Add just the monocle as an emote. Basketball's canceled forever. Sorry, everybody. Okay, so it seems some people are here. All right, so the plan today, for people who haven't heard, I made an hour and 40-minute video, which is my thoughts for what you should do if you are trying to get into content creation. Frankly, it's my advice for anything with life, but this is like the distillation of all the kind of lessons and thoughts I had when I was going through my journey of becoming a YouTuber. So it's a very long thing. Initially, I was thinking I would make this video and then we could talk about it, but then then it's an hour and 40 minutes. So there's so much shit in here. I don't feel like I missed that much. Who is Johnny Man? Johnny Man's the greatest Mario Maker player of all time. Anyway, so I don't know exactly how we'll do this today. I've never done something like this where I like watch my own stuff and then talk about how great I am. That feels a little weird. I'm thinking we just kind of watch through the video and then every couple minutes at the end of a section, we could like pause and then I could just like ask, you know, we just like pull questions from chat or whatever. I don't know if I want to do like TTS. I might turn TTS off because I don't want, I'll never get anything done if people are just like barraging me with questions. That being said, before we get started, so maybe like just try to hold off on text-to-speech today. Don't give me money. Yeah, like approval process for my videos. We can talk about that. We can talk about specifics about how I do YouTube and Twitch. Like maybe it's helpful for people. Like get a little more, because this is intentionally very broad. It's not meant to be super specific. Before that though, I have two stories to tell. Okay, these are two amazing stories. So the first story. It's not really, I guess, a story, but I woke up in the middle of the night and my like testicles hurt really bad. I kept having dreams that some guy was like punching me in the balls, and I was wondering, has anybody else had that? It was like the opposite of a wet dream. I literally woke up in the dream. I felt my balls hurting, like they were hit by something. And in the dream, I was like trying to like fend this person off. I don't remember the context. And then I woke up from trying to fend this person off. And I could feel, it was actually, my balls were in pain. Does that happen to anybody? Yes, every night. I'm not kidding, by the way. This is a real thing. I'm like, what is going on here? You have testicular cancer. I don't think so. Sleep paralysis demon. I mean, I legitimately have night terrors. So maybe I had a night terror that attacked my testicles. I don't have any, sorry. Okay. So maybe I'm weird. You dreamt it because of the pain. Oh, so you're saying my balls hurt. So maybe I punched myself in the balls and then I started dreaming about how there's some guy repeatedly punching me in the balls. That makes sense. Okay. Maybe you punched yourself in my sleep. Okay, so let's come up with a consensus here. All right, maybe a quick kind of vote in chat. Did I have a dry dream that somehow hurt my own testicles because of the content of the dream, or did I punch myself in the balls and then dream about it? Get your final answer in the chat. Go to a doctor. What, and just show them my balls? I don't know what they would do with this information, man. I mean, my mom's a doctor. I can text her and tell her that my balls hurt. But again, I don't think there's much she can really go off of there. Okay, people are saying 1 and 2. I don't remember what the options are, and it doesn't matter anyways. Anyway, so that's one of 2 stories. And then the other story is that I threw my socks in the toilet. And I don't remember doing it. So like I went on a run and I came back and I like, you know, put my clothes in the hamper and then took a shower. And when I got out of the shower, I was like, whoa! And like, cause I thought there was like a dead rat or something in the toilet. And I guess I threw my socks in the toilet. Why? It's also like the testicle thing. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I got out of the shower and this was I had thrown the socks in the toilet at some point, I guess. Why is there toilet paper in there? When I go on a run, I carry tissues. It's tissues. I carry tissues with me, and I think what happened is I throw the tissues that I had on a run into the toilet, and then I guess I took my socks off and just continued without thinking. But the fact that I didn't notice it until 10 minutes later is crazy. So anyways, that's the toilet sock story. I hope you enjoyed. You're haunted. No, it's not that my aim is terrible. I didn't realize that I had done this. I am like unconsciously throwing socks in the toilet, and I don't know why. And maybe this is related to the testicle demon that's haunting me. I'm not sure. Anyways, I'm not going senile, I don't think, but it is maybe a little concerning. I texted Parkser and was like, do you ever throw your socks in the toilet? He was like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? And then he sent me this picture of him looking at me threateningly with a gun. He just had to assert dominance. Couldn't let me just own the toilet sock story. Anyways, I hope this has been informative. This is a good preamble to me watching this video that talks about how I'm a great storyteller. All right. I don't know how we do this. Do I have text-to-speech on? Do I have alerts on? I don't know. There's gonna be too many alerts. There's gonna be way too many alerts. He's a bulletproof lawyer. He said he wants to become a cop and a lawyer at some point. So he will actually be a cop lawyer in the future, I think. We love the chaos turn on alerts. Well, this is meant to be like a real conversation about things. Hello. All right. Why does this sound so quiet? How old is Parkser? He's like 30. Do I turn off text-to-speech? That is the question. I won't for right now. How do you find your two talents? This is also a problem because I go over everything, and I think I go over everything in detail in the video, and then if people haven't watched it, you might have questions about things. So ideally, I guess I don't know how we're going to do this. We'll watch the first section, and then I'll just kind of like look in chat for questions that I think are worth answering. Also, remind me at some point, I'm going to raid Cherry, my friend Cherry, at the end of this, because he's doing an IRL stream. Didn't you tell everybody to unsubscribe from your second channel? I don't think so. Maybe. I've never wanted to create content and haven't watched your video. Do you want me to open a Discord channel? No, I'll just read stuff. I'm just wondering if I should have text-to-speech on or not, because that feels like that will be hard to follow what's going on. Is this technically Doug? No, this is technically Doug. I guess we'll just start watching, and then we'll see what is going on. And welcome to Doug's advice for new content creators. This is a video I've wanted to make. I feel like this is quiet. Am I crazy? Am I crazy or is this quiet? For a while, not only because people ask me about this sometimes and it'll be nice to point. Oh wait, I can boost it. Point them to a video and say, hey, go. Montoro, thank you very much for the 2 years. Appreciate it. Remind me to change that sub alert. Watch this, but also because I am super passionate about this. Wait, that feels normal. Also, I could make it a lot louder. Remember that one time when Billy Mays, when I made it louder? We could do that. Let's see how that sounds. It'd be broadcast. Let me boost it by 20.
Like the Wind is no longer copyrighted. I disputed some claims and they were immediately processed. Fuck you, Raphael.
Oh, cool. Hello, and welcome to Doug's advice for new content creators. This is a video I've wanted to make for a while, not only because people ask me about this sometimes and it'll be nice to point them to a video and say, hey, go just watch this, but also because I am super passionate about this. This is something I think about a lot that I thought. So this is at the end of the chain. Basically, it's going Firefox into my mixer and then into OBS. So, like the Go XLR app. I don't hear the boost. Is it too loud? It is literally constantly peaking. All right, we'll turn that off. It's too quiet. It's deafening. Okay, how about this? For the many years while I was trying to make it as a content creator and eventually sort of succeeded. And this... okay, now we're good. It sounded if you tried to use a blender on your ears.
Reminder to make a 3-year sub alert.
Thanks, Mordreus! 3 years of investing in Doug LLC. Any minute now, that investment's going to pay off for sure. Thank you, Mord. Yeah, remind me to make a 3-year sub alert at some point. All right, cool. Does it feel weird to watch your own videos? Yeah, I never do this ever. I don't know how this will feel. It feels strange, but I don't know. We'll see. So again, what I'm interested, I am very, very passionate about this subject. So I like talking about this stuff, and I think me making this video is a fun excuse to talk about this stuff. That's the goal, right? That's the entire goal. Not to watch myself and have everybody go, wow, Doug, you're so smart and handsome. That's not the point. So I guess let's begin. Let's watch, and then I'll just sort of pause it after sections that I think are notable, and I'll just answer questions from chat that I think are relevant and won't be answered later on.
You did it! You're incredible! Great job, Doug!
Thank you.
Thank you. Like, wow!
Wow.
That was so what an amazing gamer in person! He's the best gamer!
Wow.
Oh my God! You're
What should I
incredible,
eat for
Doug!
lunch, burger or chicken?
See, this is the kind of thing I'm not sure if that will help the discussion. Have chicken. I'm more into chicken nowadays. All right, let's try watching this video. Never mind. Grown-ass adult, thank you very much for the 12 months. All right. No more interruptions. We're watching for, I don't know, like 10 minutes, 5 minutes or something, and then we'll discuss. Hello, and welcome to Doug's Advice for New Content Creators. This is a video I've wanted to make for a while, not only because people ask me about this sometimes, and it'll be nice to point them to a video and say, hey, go just watch this, but also because I am super passionate about this. This is something I think about a lot, that I thought about for the many years while I was trying. Man, this guy's pretty smart and handsome. Trying to make it as a content creator and eventually sort of succeeded. And this video is going to outline what I think is the critical mentality and focus. 1.25 speed. We actually might need that, like, in order to make any sort of reasonable progress here. Focus you should have as a new content creator in order to maximize the chances of you actually becoming successful and growing a major audience. In my opinion, the vast majority of videos like this that I've seen from other content creators are all about marketing. They will describe things like what platform to be on and how frequently you should upload and like how to get eyeballs on your thing that you made, whether it's... Kimberly Norway, thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate it. Remind me to change that. The platform or the technology or whatever it is. And then at the end, they'll be like, and remember, the most important thing is to make great content. And it's like this afterthought. But from other content creators, that's too fast. We'll do 1.25.
Hello, Doug. I have seen a clip channel called Doug Clips. Is that a new channel you made or a Frauen?
What is a Frauen? No, that is somebody in the community who's just running that. That is not me. But I told them they are welcome to continue making clips.
Oh,
are
yeah,
all about
Doug.
marketing.
I think I figured out the issue
Kidding.
with
They
the
will
estrogen missing in
describe things like
Dougmart.
what-
I saw a rat running around with long hair and a pack of estrogen. Just thought I should let you know so you can choose what to do with the trans girl rat. So are you
sounds
saying
beautiful.
we are only numbers to you? Only saying we are numbers on our sacred birthdays. We matter.
Thank you, Trash Rat. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to turn off text-to-speech. Let's continue. Think is the critical mentality and focus you should have as a new content creator in order to maximize the chances of you actually becoming successful and growing a major audience. In my opinion, the vast majority of videos like this that I've seen from other content creators are all about marketing. They will describe things like what platform to be on and how frequently you should upload and like how to get eyeballs on your thing that you made, whether it's the platform or the technology or whatever it is. And then at the end, they'll be like, and remember, the most important thing is to make great content. And it's like this afterthought. But that's the most important thing. Making great content is the hard part. That is the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter how good your marketing is. If you're not making something that's interesting, nobody will care, even if you market it successfully at people. So this video is all about how do you learn to create great content. You can worry about all the marketing shit later. There's lots of other people out there who can talk about marketing. This video is not about marketing. I'm not going to tell you what technology to use or the camera or the video game or the schedule or the platform. None of that shit matters. All the little details do not matter. What matters is that you make great content. And I believe we can break this into 3 core themes. Number 1. Give us predictions. What are you talking about? What would we predict? Is good versus great. Fallout 76 was marketed very well. We can talk about, let's get through this section and then we'll discuss the concepts in this section and why great content is critically important in this goal of growing an audience. Number two is your skill mix. How do you provide something that is irreplaceable and in this goal? Okay, we're probably going to mute text-to-speech. I'm going to pause text-to-speech of growing an audience. Number two is your skill mix. How do you provide something that is irreplaceable and unique? And number three is the 1-year plan, a plan that worked for me in becoming a content creator and that I think really maximizes or at least greatly enhances your chances of making something that is really awesome that people care about by the end of, let's say, 1 year. Just to be clear, in the context of this video, I'm going to be talking about success as growing an audience. This is all about how to build a channel that is successful and ideally that you can live off of. If that's not what you want, that's totally fine. If you just want to make stuff because you love making stuff, I'm happy for you. That's awesome. But this video is going to be focused on like what you have to do to grow an audience and become successful in the sort of like business and viewership sense. And I will be attempting to explain all of this with food. Okay, let's kick this off with chapter. That's the intro. Any questions about the intro, chat? Go.
Hello, Doug. My birthday was on October 18th. Could you wish me a happy birthday? Nobody else did because I share a birthday with one of the popular kids at school, so I would really appreciate it.
Happy birthday. Hope it was great. Who is this guy? Where is Billy Mays? I didn't mean literally any questions ever. I more meant things that are related. Is Umbu mentioned in the video? No.
Mr. Douglas, what percentage of your success would you attribute to fart noises?
80. You say that you pick up coding really quickly and are good at it, and then say your 2 talents are storytelling. What differentiates coding from not being a talent? I don't have 3 talents. If I said that in the video, that was very wrong. I was using programming as an example of me not being talented at something. I said that I was good at programming. It'll come up in the video, but I talk about the difference between good versus... This is like the next subject, is about good versus great. I am not great at programming. I am not naturally gifted at programming. As I mentioned in the video, I think anybody can be good at something if you work really hard at it. But that's not... You can't ascend beyond like good unless you were naturally talented at a thing. That's like essentially the synopsis of the whole video. So programming to me is an example of me not being naturally talented at something, and I was able to be successful at it because I worked harder than everybody else, but I was never great at it. And so it's an example to me of like, no matter how hard you work, you really need to have natural talent at something if you are really going to get people excited about what you're doing, or to have like a lot of success with not having to like overwork yourself constantly. Do you think marketing is still important or not really? Marketing is important. Man, I don't know how much to talk about. I guess that's not really addressed in the video. So I guess for people who haven't seen this video, I'm going to try to avoid questions that will be answered, questions that are going to be answered later in the video, right? Marketing or not, I think that's, I don't really touch on marketing much in this video. So the main point of this whole thing that I made is about how to focus on making something that people care about, not on how you get people to watch it. Basically, at the very end, I'm like, yeah, and if you want to do marketing, go look at other people, right? That's kind of what I say. I just like, go watch, other people have better advice for marketing. This whole video is not about how to get people to find what you're doing. It is about how to just make something that you are passionate about that people like you would really, really like. So marketing is really important. The point of this video is not to dunk on marketing and be like, marketing's fucking dumb. The point is that marketing doesn't matter unless you have a product that people really care about. That's the main thing. And most of the people, most of the content creators who give advice for this sort of thing, and most of the questions that people ask me as a new content creator are things like, what game should I play? What schedule should I do? What, like, should I be on TikTok? Like, how do I grow my stream? All these things that... Marketing is great. All these things that are, they're marketing related. That's fine, but that's not the first step. We ran a poll. Half the people haven't watched the video, 35%. Okay, I guess I will treat this like we haven't watched the video. So this video is basically not going to touch on marketing. And marketing meaning a broad term for getting people to find your stuff. That's what most people... I think focus on when they give advice for content creators. And that is, it is important. You do need it to some degree. For me, for example, like I'm not great at marketing. I'm not great at getting people to watch my stuff. I don't do all the things that YouTubers do to like get people to check it out. I don't post on TikTok. I don't do all this stuff. But I still do enough to have a chance at being seen, right? I post my videos on YouTube, and I put a lot of effort into making sure the quality on YouTube is really high. And I put a lot of effort into thumbnails. I fucking hate thumbnails. I hate making them. I hate the fact that I have to focus so much on a picture for a product that is a video, right? But I still focus a lot on thumbnails because I know it's important. And that's basically how I have chosen to market my stuff, right? If you think about how me as a content creator, how I have grown, it is entirely because of the YouTube algorithm, right? So that's like the kind of marketing avenue that I went down. And again, that marketing only worked because I had put in a lot of effort to make something that was interesting. So when the YouTube algorithm was finally like, hey, let's show your channel to a bunch of people, then people actually stuck around. So to be clear, marketing is super, super important. It is very, very important. But I think people often like, they get too excited. I think it's easy to get excited about marketing. It's easy to get excited about this idea of like, oh, I just need people to find out that I'm here. I just need people to like look at my stuff. Oh man, I'm a streamer, and if everybody knew that I existed, if I got a shout out from PewDiePie, that like, man, that would be awesome. A good example of this is like Jacksepticeye has talked about this. He in his like very early on as a YouTuber, he got a shout out from PewDiePie. And he got like a whole bunch, like thousands of people watched his channel that next day, and then they all left the following day. They didn't stick around because they weren't interested. So I think far too many people focus on, I need to make people find out about what I'm doing, instead of, I need to make something that is really interesting, right? The extreme quality of your content is what brought me in. The algorithm didn't recommend your videos. Instead, my friend showed them to me. Yeah, that's fair. But for the vast majority of people, the YouTube algorithm is how my channel has grown. And even if you think about like whoever recommended my channel to you, he found out about it from the YouTube algorithm. So there's certainly marketing that you can do from word of mouth, and that's great if you can be at that point. That's certainly part of it. But you know, you do need some engine for your thing to be shared. You know, again, marketing is not really what I'm going to talk about in this video, although I can go into kind of some of the specifics that have worked for me. But the whole point of this video is basically to say, hey, everybody else on YouTube, I shouldn't say that. Most content creators who are giving advice on how to be a content creator seem to mostly focus on the marketing side. That's probably not an accident, because the type of creators who are doing that generally are really good at marketing. Mr. Beast is really good at marketing. That's like part of his thing, that's one of his skill sets, is just to make shit that is like ultra compelling and you just want to be involved with it. And then what he's actually making is almost like an afterthought, right? The marketing is a core part of his product, right? Like a huge part of the appeal of Mr. Beast is how crazy it sounds and how shareable it is, right? So for a lot of people who give advice like this, marketing is the purpose, and I wanted to offer a different perspective with this very long hour-and-a-half video to basically say, hey, here's how to focus on the actual content side, and that is critically important. Marketing alone doesn't do anything. You have to pair it with something that's great. I found your channel from Skyrim-related videos. Oh, thanks, Jazzy. Appreciate it. Hello, Fur. I watched your Dark Mario chasing video. I forget what it was called this morning. It was very good. That was a hilarious mod. Okay, I have to mute text-to-speech, at least for a little while. I'll let text-to-speech play through. I don't remember how I found you.
I just wanted to say your content changed my life. When I try to sleep, I used to get auditory hallucinations of very intense screams. Now I just hear bagel noises.
Thank you. I actually want to do a poll while we let this stuff. What the hell? Okay, this looks like a scam. While these some of these notifications kind of cycle through, I want to do a quick poll. How did you find my channel? This would be an interesting piece of data to kind of learn. How did you find my channel? YouTube algorithm. So YouTube recommended you a video of mine. Word of mouth. So somebody else told you to watch my stuff. How else would anybody find my stuff? I guess like another creator watched or recommended it. There's been some, there's been like Pete's Meat. It was like a German YouTuber. Apparently a bunch of Germans found me. Oh, Twitch raids. Yeah. So this is like somebody like watched videos or something. Twitch raids is somebody like raided my channel on Twitch, or like collabs, I guess. I'll say like collabs or raids with other streamers, like streaming specifically. Overwatch. No. That would be YouTube algorithm. Like you found a YouTube video. So YouTube algorithm, it means like the first thing you found. You found me on Twitch recommended? What? Nobody has ever found anybody on Twitch recommended. The fuck? Dude, you're gonna be the only person here. You were in Twitch recommended. What? Twitch's recommendation algorithm is horrific. I found several people on recommended. What? Remember when Ludwig did your drinking from a toilet paper tube? Oh, yeah, I saw that. Is there any other... Has anybody else found me in any other way? A scammy website found it. Oh, yeah. That one Polygon article.
Coach is the old man who doesn't want to sell his house in Better Call Saul.
Oh, really? That's good. Through Mixer. No, that's not correct. Okay, I'll say other, but I'm not clear what that would mean. I saw you in Seattle, but I was too scared to say hi. Okay, well that's not how you found me. Nobody found my YouTube channel because they just saw me walking around the street in Seattle and was like, hey, that guy seems pretty cool. I wonder if he has a YouTube channel.
Doug,
this is how you first found me, not how you physically found me.
Explaining your sock toilet habit. For the first time ever, I can say with confidence what is going on.
Talking about content creator stuff. Makes sense. All right, give me your answer. From your LinkedIn. Nobody found me from my LinkedIn. Nobody is like scrolling around in LinkedIn being like, huh, wonder if I can find some new YouTubers on this business connection website. That doesn't make any sense. All right, I'm probably going to turn off text-to-speech after the kind of current alerts go through. So please try to hold off giving me money. Give me money another time, or don't ever give me money. But
hey Doug, have you
I don't think it makes sense for today. Yet? I have not gotten the Biff tattoo. I found you through my job. Hi, Ian. Okay, Ian, you get to be an other. What is other? I don't understand what's other. Ian found me because we worked together, but that only applies to one of the people here. So what are the other 28 people? What is your... I don't understand. I think it was from Games Explained with Food. Yeah, that would be YouTube algorithm. That's actually a surprising amount of word of mouth. No, I'm also with Ian. Oh, that's true. Okay, Jordan's here too. Okay, a couple of my coworkers are actually legitimately in the other category, but there aren't 39 old coworkers of mine in this channel. I don't think. I guess technically it's possible. This would also, if Davey is here, he would count in the other category, I guess. But only one of you is allowed to be my brother. Do you plan on doing more Explained with Food videos? Probably not. Maybe. Probably not. Facebook recommended a YouTube video. What the hell? In the video, you talked about programming as if it would be one of your talents. If I did that, that was not my intention at all. Okay, this is interesting. So, Neuron, thank you for the 12 months. 1 year of throwing money in the dog hole. I have $2 in my bank account. Money well spent. You gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet. Look, every time you guys subscribe to my channel, it's an investment into the Doug S&P 500. And eventually, it's gonna pay out, maybe. This is interesting that like 70-75% of people are from the YouTube algorithm. So if you think about like marketing, you know, if I had posted all my videos on Vimeo, which does not have a recommendation algorithm, it's unlikely that my channel would have ever spread. So marketing is super, super important. I would not be successful without some sort of marketing engine, which for me is the YouTube algorithm. But the whole point of this video is just to talk about how like that is not my main focus, at least in this video. And in general, I think people focus on marketing way too much instead of being like, hey, how do I make something that is fucking awesome? You do that first, and then you couple it with marketing as you go along. I accidentally found your channel through watching Markiplier. Well, there you go. Cool. You're in the other category, I guess. This is okay, this is not related, but I am going to answer it because I think it's interesting. Why don't you stream on YouTube? I might try streaming on YouTube at some point. I'm now allowed to do that for people who are not aware. So, Point Crow is now going to do
Jesus, take the wheel.
Thank you, that guy. Point Crow is going to do one He's going to do one YouTube video a week. God, my brain. Point Crow is going to do one YouTube stream a week from now on. I don't know if he'll do it forever, but that's what he's been doing it. So I could do something like that, of do some YouTube streams. The problem for me with YouTube streams is, I think the community and like community tools suck. The chat is like very unreadable. It's like the chat moves in like individual messages. So if the chat is moving quickly, it is very, very hard to read.
Can we gamble on this video?
No, it doesn't have a lot of the fun tools that, you know, we really lean into. For example, predictions, which has become a weirdly important part of this stream. Things like I have to have a thumbnail for every single video, and I despise making thumbnails. Thank you, Cardoor. Appreciate it. The benefits of a YouTube stream are that I think it could reach a lot more people. I think if I did like an event, you know, where it's like, hey, here's like a stream, I think, like, for example, AI Invasion. If we do the next AI Invasion stream, which will probably be the next week or two, for like Doug and Twitch chat invade the human body or the Cincinnati Zoo or whatever, I think that could actually work well on YouTube. The other problem is, just from what I've seen on YouTube, it just culturally just feels kind of lame. I don't know. Lame is not the right word. What is that? How do I want to describe this? I guess it just feels, yeah, bland is maybe not the right word. I was going to say normie. Just
Doug,
very
you are smart
broad.
And very handsome. Thank you for this guide. It has genuinely helped me make the most unhinged content possible.
Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, no, I hope it helps. I don't think it said it's a younger audience. So I asked Point Crow how it went when he did his first YouTube stream, and he said it's weird because it feels like it's an entirely new audience because so many people flood in from the YouTube channel that don't normally watch Twitch. So I think that's the challenge. It's like a totally like blank slate new culture, and I think on YouTube there is more, on YouTube live chat there's more of a sense of just like leaning super hard into just memes or repeating jokes from the channel rather than putting an effort into develop new things. And I realize the irony of me saying that because half you guys just scream the same 3 buzzwords all the time, every single stream. But there is still a strong effort that I think we collectively put into developing new jokes all the time, right? And I get annoyed with this shit. Rigged to me is funny, and Divorce is arguably mildly funny still. But like, you know, in general, I don't think it's funny when people just come here and repeat jokes from YouTube, right? Like, that is not interesting at all. I want us to have conversations that are relevant to what's going on. And I think, in general, with a lot of exceptions, we are successful at that. And the exceptions are annoying, and we try to stamp them out when possible. And generally, I think get drowned out by the actual relevant stuff that is happening. So, and I think the fact that I do, like, generally, like, new types of streams every single week, I think that helps us, like, develop new things. Here's another example with the next AI Invasion stream we do. I'm going to not allow you guys to have a Pope, and I'm not going to allow you to have Saul Goodman. Not because those two characters suck, but because it's fucking boring to just repeat the same shit over and over and over. That's not interesting at all. And as much as you guys are shocked by this, I think you agree, hey, it's a lot more interesting to have new characters and new storylines and new jokes that develop rather than just saying the same buzzwords 1,000 times, right? So even though, again, there's a lot of just repetitive spam, it seems to be way worse on YouTube. And I'm not exactly sure why that is the case, but seemingly when you stream on YouTube, like the desire for the audience to just lean in really hard to just repeating pre-existing jokes overwhelms the ability for new stuff to happen. And then the other thing that is maybe a problem, I don't really want the stream to be bigger. I mean, I certainly would not really want to be above like 5 or like 10,000 viewers because already the chat is like barely readable half the time. It's getting like, it's getting like too fast. And so I would be worried that if I grew on YouTube, it would literally become, one of those streams where like, I am just never interacting with chat, which I think is kind of boring. Even now it's like almost at that point, and I don't want it to be that at all. No, and I don't want to do sub only mode. I feel like a lot of the fun for me of like what I do is about having everybody be involved. Like that's what's exciting to me. Anyway, so I might try some YouTube streams, but it's not like super compelling. Oh, and another interesting thing. This is all not related to this video, by the way. Another interesting thing that people are curious about. How many subs do I have right now? So we can talk about the money. I have 6,000 subs. Okay. So 6,000 subs times I have a 50-50 split on Twitch, which is terrible. So I make, wow, that is actually a lot of money. I make $15,000 a month off of subs right now. Woo! That is pre-tax, by the way. So that, you know, a huge chunk of that gets taken out of tax, I have to go send to the government. So 15,000. However, about half of that is actually Twitch Prime. Like only about 3,000 people are actually paying. So in terms of like, if Twitch Prime just disappeared, I would only be making $7,500 a month off of subs. And so YouTube, their big appeal right now is they're like, hey, we have a 70-30 split. So let's say that the 3,000 people are currently paying, right? Not Twitch Primes, but the 3,000 people are currently paying me $5 a month. Go to YouTube, and actually, if I switched to YouTube and they followed me there and they actually kept doing the subscription, I would make $350 for every sub. And then I would be making $10,500 a month. So I would get substantially more money from paid subscribers, but that's still like $4,500 less than I would make on Twitch because Twitch Prime is so much goddamn free money. Basically, I'm making like, you know, $7,500 every month just from people giving me free money from Twitch Prime, which is actually just Twitch giving me free money. So, That's the other thing with YouTube. I think there's like right now people are being like, oh, YouTube has a 70-30 split, so it's better. But I think they maybe forget that Twitch Prime is just this gigantic pile of money that Twitch just sprays all over the faces of their Twitch streamers every month. And I like being sprayed on the face with Jeff Bezos' money, to be honest. So yeah, it's weird. Twitch made a blog about it, and they said that Twitch Primes boost people's money by 16%. But from what I can tell, looking at some of the Twitch tracking websites, there's a lot of people like me where it's like half Twitch Primes. That is a shitload of money. That is so much money. So I think Twitch Primes account for like 50% of a lot of people's revenue. Yeah, it's a lot of money. That's why, again, please don't give me money unless you can financially afford it and all that stuff. As you can see, I am doing very well. I am very fortunate. So don't give me money. But just in terms of the for people who are curious, just the financial like disparity between Twitch and YouTube. Weirdly enough, Twitch is still way ahead. And this is like, I don't even ask for Twitch Primes. I don't think I have ever like plugged Twitch Prime on my stream ever. This is like fairly organic, you know, so it's a little, I don't even stream that much. So like you compare what these numbers are, like this is a shitload of money, right? That's like way too much money. But it explains why people who like get 1,000 subscriber or 1,000 viewers who are like smaller as a streamer can have, you know, 10,000 subscribers or whatever, because they're just streaming way, way, way more and can plug the Twitch Prime thing way more. This is all way off track from the actual video. He clearly needs more money. No. I guess let's go through any other text-to-speech. What is Twitch Prime? If you have Amazon Prime, which is a subscription service for Amazon, then you get a free subscription every month on Twitch. So if you see people say it says like subscribe to Twitch Prime,
joining a
that's
stream.
what that
I've
is.
enjoyed your content for a while. Just wanted to see you live.
Hey,
thanks
welcome.
for being awesome. Sorry for the TTS being distracting.
All good. Couldn't you stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time? Currently, Twitch does not allow that. So no, I could not. It's officially Prime Gaming now. Sorry, Mr. Bezos. My bad.
How well does screaming at your audience work?
I guess, let's find out. Let's see how many subscriptions this gets me. Zero. Yeah, that doesn't seem to work. Oh, I got 1, 2. All right, that works. Woo! Wait, oh shit. All right, so I just made like 20 bucks. Oh, Scrub. Okay, Scrub and Duck just gave 5 subs.
Good luck to all you aspiring internet famous peoples. May the
okay.
algorithm be ever in your
all right.
favor.
Congratulations,
well, so it
Doug.
works great.
You did it.
It's a great strategy.
Great job, Doug.
I just made like 50 subs, Doug.
What an amazing game of person. He's the best gamer. Wow. What an amazing game of person. He's the best gamer. Wow. Oh my God, you're incredible, Doug.
Wow.
Okay. All right, stop. Real Galaxy, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I'll just get the gifted subs. Lolography, thank you. Hike Shadow, thank you very much for the 3 gifted subs. Gaberghoul, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Conicus, thank you very much. Hands Bandit, thank you. Analog Anagram. West End, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Terrasan, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Firesword, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. No, you didn't. Scroff, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay, this is stupid.
I came upon a funny hole in the middle of the street and decided this is a good hole to stuff money in every month.
Nobody just walked across the money hole. Sided Coder, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. All right, so apparently that works. You can watch my hour and 40-minute video, or you can just start streaming and scream at the camera, and you'll just rake in the money. Either method works. How many subs were just gifted in total? I don't know, like 40 or 50 or something. God, I love screaming at the camera. It's an underutilized creative tool that not enough people are talking about. Scream more, it's my kink. No. All right. Let's, I guess, actually get into like the meat of the video. I'm gonna pause the alerts. Again, ideally don't give me money so that we can talk about how to make more money instead of actually making it. This is actually a really good way to make money, is just to tell people not to, because it'll interrupt the video and then a bunch of people want to. But anyway, I'm pausing the alerts. Let's keep watching. Chapter 1, good. All right, this is, we're gonna watch the good versus great chapter. This is gonna be like 10 or 15 minutes, okay? If you subbed or donated money or whatever, I'm gonna pause the alerts and stuff for now. This is, I think, a very important concept, just in which is relevant both for content, but also just for life, and this helped me a lot. Okay, here we go. Versus great. This is a good versus great is like a theme people talk about in other contexts, but I'm going to define it specifically for kind of YouTube type stuff. So I believe to grow an audience, you have to make something that is great. And the reason is humans have preferences. We all enjoy doing things. Every human on Earth, especially at this point with, you know, infinite entertainment options in front of us at all times, like we all have things we like doing and that we like spending our time on. Nobody in 2022, at least in like the YouTube, Twitch world, is like at a loss for things to do and watch, right? They have things they already like and do, or at least they have a billion options at their disposal. So if you are going to grow an audience, you have to be better than people's existing preferences, right? Do not want it fast? I'm not going faster. This is 1.25 speed. I'm gonna edit this over a rap. That'd be funny. I'd watch it. Okay, we'll keep it at 1.25. It is not enough to just be like pretty good. Like if you just, hey, you do a good job. Like, cool, good for you. But everybody has the things they already like that they really, really like, and that's what they spend their time doing. And so with every single human on Earth, if you are trying to become, if you want them to start viewing your stuff, you have to be better than the stuff they already like. You're also at a disadvantage because people like familiarity, right? People don't really want to switch to new stuff. So you're competing against what they already like and against the comfort of familiarity. So that's what you're up against, right? Which is important to recognize, which is why great content is important. To me, great content is something that is unique and irreplaceable. You cannot get it anywhere else, and it does not compete with anything else. Let me describe why this is important with food. Imagine that YouTube and content creation, all right, instead of being YouTube and Twitter and Twitch and TikTok or wherever you want to make stuff is, imagine that it's a gigantic food court. Okay, this is a food court that is like it's like the size of California, okay? And there's like 10,000 hamburger shops, and they're all free, okay? Every single hamburger shop just like gives out their hamburgers for free. The only thing it takes is time, right? And you come along and you're like, wow, I fucking love to make food. I want to be a hamburger shop. Like I want to get in here and succeed in this hamburger food court. Now, if this is the situation, what is the ideal way to break in and succeed in this food court that has, I mean, literally just like as far as the eye can see in every single direction, just miles and miles and miles and miles, just going infinitely into the distance, there's already hamburger stores, okay? There's so many fucking hamburger stores. And let's say Five Guys is the most popular, just for the sake of argument. Now, your initial temptation, and this is true for most people who try to get into content creation, will go into this food court and be like, I want to make some fucking hamburgers. Well, Five Guys is really, really good. Okay, Five Guys is the really popular one. I should imitate Five Guys. So then you start a new, you start the 10,001th hamburger store way down at the end of the chain, and you try to make Five Guys burgers, like just like they do it. What would happen? Nobody will eat at your crappy Five Guys. Not only are you unlikely to exactly match the quality of Five Guys, like Five Guys is doing their own thing. It's not like you can perfectly replicate what Five Guys is doing. So like you're going to be sort of an imitation of Five Guys, but not quite as good. but people already have Five Guys, right? They already have the thing that they like. Why would they go to yours if it's just an imitation or a different version of the thing they already like and can get as much as they want? Even if you were to somehow perfectly match the quality of Five Guys and you call it like Frankie John's or whatever, people are gonna be like, well, let's just go to Five Guys. We know, we like Five Guys. I like Five Guys. Let's just go to the place we know, right? Again, you have familiarity. People are gonna stick with what they know they like, especially if you're not doing anything different. So what is the obvious solution here in this food court? Well, it's to create a type of hamburger store that sells burgers that people can't go get at Five Guys. They cannot go get at any of the other 10,000 stores that are in this food court. You can't just go in and try to make the best burger. You can't just try to be better than anybody else, because there's 10,000 competitors. And if we're talking about YouTube, it's 10 million competitors. What you can do is create a unique genre. So how do you do that? And this is the secret to this whole video. You don't try to make the best hamburger store. You try to make the best fusion restaurant. You take two different cuisines and you combine them together. And by combining two different cuisines together, you make something that is unique. You could make the first spaghetti hamburger, American and Italian. And you put like a bunch of spaghetti like in a normal hamburger. And that sounds disgusting, right? And most people would probably hate that. But it would be very unique. It would be very fucking different from what Five Guys is doing. You're now the first in the spaghetti hamburger genre. You're not the 10,000th, right? And nobody, when they see what you're doing, is gonna be like, oh, well, we could just pick up Five Guys. They're gonna be like, okay, that sounds disgusting or completely awesome, and that's its own thing. And probably most people who come try your spaghetti hamburger will hate it, probably the majority of them. But imagine if you're the customer or customers who come in and they fucking love it. And they love the spaghetti hamburger, okay? And this is the critically important thing. If some guy walks in, he's like, all right, I'll try this. This sounds revolting. And he takes a bite and he's like, this is weird, but I kind of love I love the mix. It's just different from like all the other stuff here. That guy who does like your stuff will always come back. There are no competitors to what you're doing with the spaghetti hamburger. He's not gonna go to Five Guys instead of yours because you're the only one offering this unique product. And here's the secret. Here's the amazing thing about a fusion restaurant as opposed to just one like cuisine genre. You don't have to be the best at both cuisines. In this scenario, you don't have to be the best Italian chef and the best American chef to make the best spaghetti hamburger, right? All you have to do is be quite good at both of those things. And then by combining them, you're making something that is the best in its subgenre, right? So a fusion restaurant allows you to compete in a super tiny category, and then you only have to be better than a couple people. So you have this incredible advantage at retaining people, getting interest and retaining people who like what you're doing because there's going to be essentially zero competition. I have an actual... There's a lot of good questions and thoughts. I will try to answer, and dumb jokes that I've internally... I haven't laughed, but I went like this. You know, like a little exhale. There's a couple jokes you guys said in chat where I did the... But I'm not going to reply to anything until we get through this section. We got a couple more minutes. Real food example from this. In 2013, I was living in San Francisco, and we started, my friend was like, oh my God, there's this new place called Sushi Burritos. They're making like, it's like a burrito, but it's sushi in like a burrito style. And I think this is like somewhat common now, but 10 years ago it was not. Nobody ever heard of this. And so me and friends went to this thing, and it was, like, it wasn't like the greatest thing ever, but it was so much fun. It was super unique, right? I had never seen anything like this. The line was like way out the door. It was incredibly popular. And again, this was not the best sushi I've had by any means. It was not the best Mexican food I've had by any means, but the combination was so interesting and fun and unique. I wanted to go back. Lots of people went back. That restaurant was very successful. And again, it's like, what's gonna have a higher chance at building a new audience? The 10,000th Mexican restaurant in San Francisco, the 10,000th sushi restaurant in San Francisco, or the first sushi burrito restaurant in San Francisco? I think the answer is fairly obvious. So let's compare this dumb analogy back to YouTube, okay? And we'll use my channel. So I think my content, and presumably you are familiar with it or like it if you're watching this, my stuff is pretty weird. I think my stuff is very strange, and I tried to unapologetically be as weird as possible. I've mentioned in the past how I was like, I never thought I would get to 1 million subscribers. I thought I would cap at like 200,000 subscribers tops ever, like in my lifetime, because I'm like, this shit is just fucking weird. But when YouTube shows my stuff to new people, about 10% of them actually stay. I mean, I can look at the statistics. So if I have a video that does really well and YouTube like blasts it to, a couple million people or whatever, I get lucky with the algorithm, 10 to 15% of people will like watch another video. Only 10 to 15%. If you think about like a classroom or whatever, like a 10 to 15% grade is abysmally failing. If you think about like a blockbuster movie or something, if only 10 to 15% of people like it, like that movie would tank and be terrible and be considered a failure. So most people leave, but the 10% of people who do like my stuff really fucking like it, and they can't get it anywhere else. My channel is fairly unique. The sort of style and creative like way I have of making things, which we'll talk about later in this video of how I've developed this particular creative style, is intentionally weird and niche, and this just strange combination of things that I think is incredibly hard to replicate. And frankly, there's a lot of people I see, people reach out to me and be like, hey, can I try my own variation of one of your ideas? And I'm like, yeah, dude, that's fine. Like, because what makes my stuff my own is the specific creative mix, that fusion restaurant that I have honed, not just like one little piece of it. So I don't think you can recreate what I'm doing. I don't think it's replaceable. And so again, even though 90% of people don't love what I'm doing when it's shown to just a broad audience, the 10% of people who do actually like it stick around. And that has led to my audience and my views going up over time, because whenever people do find it and really love it, they stick around because I'm creating something they cannot get elsewhere. So this is how I'm going to define great content in this video. It is something that is irreplaceable. It is something that when a person finds it, and they happen to be the type of person, not everybody's going to, you know, more than 90% of people in the world will probably not like what you're doing. But if they're the type of person who does happen to really love what you're doing, that they stick around because they can't get it elsewhere. That is what makes it great. Okay, so if you're on board with this so far, that making just like good, decent stuff is not enough, you will never grow any audience. They will keep going to Five Guys, and instead you have to make your own fusion restaurant. Well, so obviously the goal now is to find the cuisines that you're going to mix. And I have a... Cool, that's the first section. That's section 1, which is good versus great. This is a fairly well understood concept. I certainly did not invent this at all. Section 1, POG. Everybody, you did it. You through chapter 1 of the class. Yes, you are actually the 10% though. I mean, actually, if you're here, you're the 1%. Congratulations. What I mean by that is that... Wait, no, you're the 0.01%, okay? Because if my videos get 1 million views and there's like 5,000 of you here, there aren't even 5,000 probably right now, probably lower. How many people are here? 3,000. 3,000 divided by 1 million. So there's 1 million people. Okay, so the 1 million people who watch my channel are the 10%. Who actually were shown a video on YouTube and cared about it enough to stick around and keep watching. And then of those, you're the 0.003%. Congratulations. If you are here on stream right now. You, if you watch my streams, are a absolutely minuscule percentage of the people who have watched a Doug video ever. What's the prize? There you go. You earned it. Congratulations, chat. You were here. You know what? I can even boost it. I'll give it that little 20 dB boost. Just for you. Okay. I hope you feel sufficiently rewarded for your loyalty. But no, I mean, it's actually a great, Twitch is strange, okay? There is this, getting back to the money kind of thing. We talked about how I have 6,000 subscribers. I mean, now I have like 6,100 or whatever, but I have 6,000 subscribers. I make $2.50 per sub. So I make $15,000 a month. That is a fuckload of money. And with like bits and everything, it's like 20 grand a month. That is a shitload of money, right? That is an absolutely gargantuan amount of money. But 6,000 people, that is an absolutely minuscule percentage of the total number of people who watch my channel, right? So I think Twitch is actually a really good example of how like having people who really fucking love what you're doing is, even if you're just worried about money, like even if that's your goal, which for me it's not, but like even then having a small number of people who are super fucking passionate about what you're doing is way more valuable than having a large audience who don't really give a shit. This is just, it's so, and this is true of business, it's true for friendships, it's true for everything. This whole concept of like really making something that is specific, that somebody's going to love and super resonate with, like that's how you provide value and that's how you have success. You can make 2.5 million if everybody subbed. I sure would. that's one thought. Twitch audience is the most loyal. I mean, it's true though, right? I mean, every time I post a YouTube video, I'm technically marketing my Twitch channel, and a tiny percentage of people actually go from YouTube down to Twitch. If you think of the gigantic funnel, the giant funnel starts with YouTube showing my video to people, then it comes down to the people who actually watch, and then it comes down to the people who actually show up on Twitch. And then I guess that funnels down even more to people who are then going to give me money for some reason. So it, you know, but the people who are giving me money, presumably, some of you are locked in my basement, and Parkster's threatening you, but most of you just enjoy what I'm doing. Your funnel is full of holes because you lose people. I guess you're right. It's not really a funnel. It's more a very small bucket at the bottom of a waterfall. That's more what's going on. Good question. Good point. Rolling Armadillo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for putting money into the dog hole. It's more of a sieve. I don't know what that means, guys. I'm not German. Sieve? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so anyways, YouTube is, just think, YouTube is a big colander, okay? It's pronounced sieve? What? That's not how you say Anglando. It's a cheese shred. Okay, you have to think of YouTube like a cheese grater, chat. How long did it take for you to see growth? We will get into that in the video if we get through this whole thing, which I don't know if we will. Oh god, there's a lot of questions about just like my experience with it. I don't know how much to answer of stuff that will just be in the video. I'm going to try to avoid questions that will be answered in the future. But if you want to hit me with some questions right now about what we've been over or about civs, then you can do that. What was the first type of video that went viral? It was the Explained with Food video, Overwatch versus TF2. But I mentioned it a little bit in the video, and this is important. The point was not that I made one video which blew up my channel. I made one video which happened to reach a lot of people, and then the folks who liked that video went and watched the other videos on my channel. The whole channel went up in viewership. It wasn't
DoorDash was selling meals for
just a single, you know, really great video.
Compensation for streaming Doug Asexual Pride.
Thank you. That's incredibly cheap for money. How many civs do you own? I'm not going to answer that. It's too personal. What's your opinion on bread? What's your favorite civ? Have you ever rigged something against us? These are all terrible questions. What does that even mean? How often do you use this? Okay, a lot of civ-based questions. How do you avoid feeling like a gimmick instead of an original thing? I mean, I don't even know what a gimmick, what does that even mean? Like, what is the definition of a gimmick? A device employed to cheat, deceive, or trick. So, going off of that, versus, like, let's say that your question is, how do you avoid feeling like you were trying to be weird just for weirdness's sake versus doing something specific? I mean, as we talk about a little bit in the video, the point is to lean into what you are good at. That's kind of the next chapter in the syllabus. So if the whole point is to lean into what you are super good at, if you're genuinely passionate about it, that's not a gimmick.
Comedy follows the rule of 3. Making the same joke 3 times in a row means it's pretty much done.
Yes, I guess. How do you avoid feeling like a civ? So gimmicks for me are if you try to do some sort of shortcut to get around you actually making a great fusion cuisine restaurant, to use the analogy, right? For me, doing the stuff that I do, for other people, they're not going to like it. I mean, I just screamed at the camera for 10 seconds and played loud music. That, for most people, that's a stupid fucking thing to do and is not funny or interesting and is just a blatant way to try to get money. For me, that's genuine. That is actually something I think is funny and leans into the way that I express myself creatively. So part of it is just like, you got to be genuine with who you are and what your strengths are. And part of it is acknowledging that a lot of people won't like what you're doing and won't think it is enjoyable. And that's fine, because you're not trying to make everybody happy. You're trying to make 10% or 5% or 1% or 0.003% of people super into what you're doing. Is it dangerous for the development of the channel to risk getting a copyright? So, I mean, that's just a specific question about YouTube. It's not really. Copyrights are unlikely to hurt your channel. They're more likely to hurt your ability to make money, which is not really a concern until you have a huge audience. You're not going to make any money with a small YouTube or Twitch stream. So I wouldn't worry too much about the dangers of losing out on the 3 cents you might make from a video this month. I would just work on making the best possible thing. And then down the road, there's specific ways to dodge like DMCA requests and copyright stuff. Like, use music that isn't copyrighted. You know, don't use long stretches of a movie or whatever to prove your point.
YouTube is literally %90 Indian children now.
That is literally not true at all. I mean, this is a crazy fact. There's a lot of Indians in the world, so a lot of them are now on YouTube, and that's fine. But no, it's not 90% Indian children. Arm on the Turtle, thank you so much for the 12 months. Appreciate it. You can't just put literally in front of a lie and have it work. On the gimmick thing, if you see people like mochi and then you just put mochi on hamburgers just because people seem to like it, then it's a gimmick. If you try to make the mochi burger that you love and taste great, it's not a gimmick, it's your goal. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, right? Like if you're chasing after what you think will be popular, that's what makes it a gimmick. But doing what you think is funny, like playing bees at your chat, then you know, that's a great sandwich. I just missed a 12-month sub, right? Who was that? Can everybody in chat thank them for the money? This is literally Point Crow's channel. Yeah, not quite. Oh, Point Crow's doing the battleship. I want to watch some of that. Thank you, Doug. No. It was who did the 12-month sub? I'm sorry if I missed it. I can't remember if I acknowledged it. Thank you very much for the 12-month sub. If you weren't a programmer, would you be a stripper? Well, it's a great question. I'm not a programmer anymore, and I'm also not a stripper. So I think you can deduce the answer from there. People can tell when someone is being fake or just doing something for the views. I don't even think that's necessarily true. Like, is Mr. Beast being fake when he opens every video with like, today I opened a mall in the, you know, and starts like screaming? That's not how he just talks to normal people, but he's like greatly enhancing his own thing. I don't sit around yelling and screaming and playing music when I play video games at night. Okay, that doesn't mean I'm like faking it. I build a stream environment intentionally that has the highest chance of me being excited about what's going on. And then I can genuinely be energetic about what's happening, you know? And then I use tools to help me be energetic. The reason I play music is partially because I think it's fun, and partially because when you just blare shit, I just get like stoked. Like right now, I'm just like, okay, yeah, I could play, like, yeah, like I get pumped up by this stuff, right? So I don't actually think it's obvious whether somebody's like being fake or not. But it's not going to be as good. I mean, for some people, yes, it's obvious, but there is some sense of like, you're going to put a lot more energy into something than you might in a normal situation. That's fine. It just has to match what you're creatively good at. I think more so, you're just not going to make something that's successful if you're faking it. I don't think it is sustainable long-term, because if you're not making something that you really are deeply passionate about, it's not going to have legs and actually be meaningful over the long term, because you're not going to have the internal, like, you know, enthusiasm and skill set to back it up. You don't listen to bees while you game. I'm sorry to ruin the illusion, but no, I don't. Like, I'm like an introverted, fairly quiet person in most circumstances. I'm not this like wild, crazy dude, but in the right circumstances, I am a wild and crazy dude. So I create that for stream and content because that's what I love. I'm super passionate about it. It's not me faking it. that's human beings are multifaceted. And how could you not wild, crazy, and extroverted? The immersion. I would hope. Maybe you are the type of person who is literally exactly the same emotionally in every situation all the time, but I don't think most of you are. I love the Doug frame we paused on. Yeah, let's pause on a good frame. System. Yeah, that's good. Looked like I just snorted a lot of mushrooms. How much do you think luck has contributed to your success? Do you feel anybody significantly passionate and charming could follow your advice? Yes. I talk about luck in a big chunk later in the video, which we may or may not get to today. Luck is super, super, super important, and everybody has to get lucky. As the really quick version, if you don't stick around for us getting there, luck is ultra critically important, and it's not fair at all. But I do believe that if you make your stuff better and better, your chances of being lucky are much higher. So you have control over the likelihood that you get lucky. So I got lucky on the YouTube algorithm, right? I got lucky, and my Explained with Food video, TF2 versus Overwatch, got blasted out to millions of people on YouTube, and that was lucky. But that didn't just happen out of nowhere. I wasn't just walking down the street and I was like, oh, a YouTube video, and then I put it into the YouTube hole and I was like, oh, I won the lottery. No, like, that was years of me working at it and making my stuff better and better and better, so that each time that I posted a video, it had a higher chance of being lucky. The example I use later on is like, if Mr. Beast started a brand new channel and he like replaced himself with somebody else and posted the same type of content that he's making right now, it's not a guarantee he would instantly become a successful YouTuber, but the odds of that happening would be very high because he's making really great stuff. The odds of him winning of him being lucky are way higher than somebody who's making content that is worse. So luck is a huge part of it, but I think it is more controllable than people give it credit for. Do you think consistency is key to growing, or that you should take more time uploading videos less frequently? I think consistently trying new things, this is part of a big section later in the video. I think consistently trying new things is how you get better. And that's more important than like how often you're posting videos. Do you think you could have gotten to where you are if you had started on Twitch? Absolutely not. No. Twitch is a horrific place to grow an audience, and nobody should try to become a successful content creator just based off Twitch. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. What's your advice for people who aren't charismatic and don't know how to interact with their viewers? It is what we will talk about shortly, which is about the skill set, which is find what you are great at, combine those two things, and focus entirely on that. Again, I am not the type of person who's just like, is this totally wacky, crazy fucking guy. The reason that I am able to interact with viewers and create a fun stream environment is because I'm leaning into what I can personally do. If you put me into the type of environments that other streamers do, I wouldn't be successful at that. I would not know how to interact with my viewers. So it's all about really leaning into your strengths. But you were talking about milking dogs. When was I milking dogs? How important is CTR? What is, click-through rate and watch time in the YouTube algorithm? That is the type of stuff that other YouTubers worry about. And there's a lot of great tutorials out there. If you go look for, how important is CTR and watch time? I think that's all great. I literally don't look at my analytics ever. I am I'm like a terrible YouTuber, basically. I'm a horrible YouTuber. I ignore all the things you're supposed to do. I ignore all the Mr. Beast tips about how you're supposed to rapidly have the hook and do the thing and have the subtitles and check the hour and check the retention and all that shit. It's just not, I just don't care. I just want to make stuff that I think is funny, or I think is entertaining. So I actually don't know any of that stuff.
Jesus, take the wheel.
That's partially why this video is not about that stuff at all, because that's not what I'm focused on or good at. Again, the marketing that I do, marketing and like figuring out how to optimize videos to get the maximum viewership, I blatantly don't do that stuff and suffer as a result. I've had a couple people tell me that if I really focused on like thumbnails and marketing and editing things in a more like YouTube-y way, I could be a much bigger YouTuber, and I don't really care. So I'm not the person to ask about optimizations like that.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Point Crow has 12,000 viewers. Oh, fuck yeah. Hold on, I want to look at it real quick. Dog is authentic. I respect him. It's not inauthentic to focus on marketing, to be clear. I'm not talking shit about anybody who does this stuff. I'm not saying Mr. Beast is a shitty person for focusing on what's going to work great on YouTube. It's just a different kind of skill set. It's a different kind of focus, and it's just not one that I personally resonate with. And the whole point of this video that I had made is all about, hey, really lean into what you're doing. And I think I'm going to do better if I lean into what I can do really well, rather than trying to focus on these areas where I'm just not going to be particularly competent. That is an area where I should probably hire a person who then just tells me, hey, do all these and these and these things to get, better and whatnot. But maybe at some point down the road. Okay. I assume this is the oh God. God, this is really cool. Go check out Point Girl. He's doing a live Battleship stream. If you haven't realized that from what that just happened. The takeaway is that Doug mostly focuses on creating good content that he enjoys and that other people enjoy, and the money is a plus from that and isn't the main focus.
Jesus, take the wheel.
That's not really the main takeaway. I mean, the money has nothing really to do with it. The point is, like, I'm trying to focus on what I'm good at and what I'm passionate about, which we'll get to in the next section, which is the skill sets. That face is hot.
Jesus, take the wheel.
It's not about me not focusing on money. It's about me just focusing on what I am really into or good at. It's literally like the next section, which we can start in a sec. How do you put up things that frustrate you in creating content or interacting with fans? Part of it's just I don't handle it well, and I just try, and I'm stubborn, so I just push through stuff. So that's part of it. But mostly, I mean, ideally, I try to just keep leaning into like, hey, what am I good at? That's what I attempt to do. Do I need a lot of editing to make good videos? No, you need to lean. I'm getting a lot of questions about the next section. Why don't we watch this? So this next section I think is a little while. So we will probably be sitting here
take the wheel.
Watching Hike Shadow, thank you. I think I already thanked that. We'll probably be watching for like 10 minutes or whatever. But let's get into the next part, because a lot of the questions seem to be about this, which is about skill sets. Here we go. Oh, never mind. Here we go. For doing this, you don't need to just pick these randomly. You don't just have to be like, yeah, I'm gonna be like a stand-up comic and like a carpenter, and I'll make funny homes. No. We have to build the fusion restaurant and pick the two genres that you, as an individual, are going to succeed at. This next little section is the part that if I said this on Twitch, everybody would spam the shocked face, because I have a hard truth for you. Life is not a Disney movie. You cannot do anything you set your mind to. That's just not true. You cannot be the best basketball player in the world, okay? That's reserved for LeBron James or, the other 10 people who can be the best basketball player in the world. It does not matter how much heart you give it and the power of friendship and belief, and if coach from your high school, teaches you the meaning of Christmas. It doesn't fucking matter, okay? LeBron James is an absolute freak of nature athlete and has the kind of intelligence and focus to work hard, be perseverant, be smart on the basketball court. Funny home sounds like a great concept. That's a good point. That's a good point. Right? If you're the funniest carpenter, you could fucking crush it if you combine those two into content. It's a perfect example. Who do not have those two things, okay? You don't. And it doesn't matter how hard you work. You will never have those two things. This is actually, it was kind of hard for me to, it took me a long time to realize this. I think we're told a lot in media of like, yeah, do whatever you want. But it's like, no. You're actually not talented at everything in the world. And just like LeBron James is really, really fucking good at being a basketball player, he would not be a great chef. He's never going to be the best chef in the world because everybody has specific skill sets that they are great at. For this video, I'm going to call them skill sets. And my theory that I still believe is that everybody has two. You have two things, two categories of tasks or skills that you as a human being, that every human being is great at. In this category,
Jesus was hilarious and they nailed him to the cross for it. That's not correct. That's literally true.
These are the types of things that when you do them in your own life, they feel effortless. They feel energizing. It feels like it's obvious what to do next. Like it's so clear what you should be doing with this task. You can improve at it faster and quicker. You are not like moldable clay, okay? You don't come into the world as this like shapeless being and you can kind of craft yourself into whatever you want. No. We're born with two skill sets. There's two things you're fucking awesome at. Those are your weapons and those don't change. And
somebody said, you aren't talented, Doug 2022. That's not the point. The point, as I just said, is that you're not talented at most things, but you're really talented at two. That's my theory.
I think life gets a lot more efficient and successful when you recognize that and you say, oh shit, I'm actually like mediocre at almost everything, but there's two things I'm really fucking good at and I'm just gonna focus on those. And when you do that, life just like accelerates.
People are asking about why two. This is my theory. As I've analyzed a lot of different content, creators, media, people, I do think this is true. And I think the people who are like, oh, I'm actually talented at three things, are lying to themselves. Or that the two skill sets that they do have are a little broader than they realize. For example, as we'll get to later, one of mine is like, I call it storytelling. I think it's more like teaching or explaining things. Initially, I thought it was just teaching ideas, but I realized, oh, like I use music and that's part of that thing, right? So I believe that even if you feel like, oh, I'm actually really awesome at three things, or this person I like is really awesome at three things, actually it's still two. Or that they have a third thing that they've worked very hard at and are good at, but is not something that they're naturally gifted at. For me with programming, not really right now, but when I was quite good at programming, that's I was pretty good because I was working really hard at it. That doesn't mean I'm naturally gifted at programming. I wasn't and I'm not. I still have, I believe, two things. And so you can disagree with this. It's a theory, but I think everybody's got two. And the more I've analyzed stuff, the more I've realized like, yeah, the people who seemed like they're just way more talented than everybody else and they're so fucking great and awesome. No, really, if you deeply think about what they're doing and what's going on, I do still think that it comes down to like you have two skill sets that can be a little bit broader than you realize, but that represent what you are super talented at. I'm an author, and this is so true. I'll have a concept that'll be interesting and not interesting enough for a full story until I combine it with another concept to make a good story. Yeah. I mean, I think you got to combine things. When I did this, we're going to talk about it more. I'm getting a lot of
questions about like how to find it and stuff. What if you're not passionate about the things you are naturally talented at? That is like that's like a paradox. The whole point, as we're going to talk about, is what you're great at, your two skill sets, are what you love to do and feel like great at doing it. And by definition, that's something that you should enjoy. I guess if you hate succeeding or things feeling easy or clear or fun or enjoyable, then yes. But I think if you feel that way, like, oh, I'm not passionate about what I'm good at, you probably haven't actually found what you're good at, and you need to do more work to really examine what specifically do I love to do, and then you can pull those pieces out and focus on those, right? When I was first making YouTube videos, I was trying to make them really funny, and people were like, oh, these are really funny, and somebody, you know, one takeaway for me could have been, oh, I'm really funny, but I don't really enjoy writing jokes, which is true. I don't like writing jokes for videos. I hate that. But what was really going on was the humor was mostly coming out of my other two skill sets, not out of writing jokes. And so I think you can get confused by saying, oh, I've been successful at this thing, but I don't like it, without realizing what are the underlying skills that are what drive the success of that thing. And maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? This is my theory based on a lot of thought and analysis of this stuff. I think I'm right, but I will not like fire you or, you know, kidnap you if you disagree with me. It's perfectly fine if you disagree. About my own experience with this again, I didn't realize this when I was young, and so in high school, as a quick example, I did music production. I like made a lot of music. I downloaded Fruity Loops, and I made all this stuff on the Newgrounds audio portal, and I worked so fucking hard at making music. It was like my thing. It was my idea. I identified myself as like a musician, and no matter how hard I worked at making music, everybody else on the Newgrounds audio portal, like people my age who were making music, were way fucking better. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's a lot of people like me who were making like mediocre stuff, and then a few guys who just seemed to blow it out of the park every time. There was one time they did like a competition where it was like a 24-hour competition. Can you make a song in 24 hours? And I was like, okay, this is my chance. Like, I'm going to take the whole weekend. I'm going to go fucking crazy on this. And I worked super hard and I made one of my best songs ever. And one of these other guys who was super talented on the, it's like a forum basically, who was on this forum, he like made a post. He was like, oh my God, I forgot about this until 3 hours before, but I managed to crank this out. And it is one of the most beautiful songs I've ever heard in my life. I still have it saved. And I remember that moment of being like, what the fuck? I worked so goddamn hard, and my thing doesn't, I mean, it's fine. It was good. It was a good piece of music. People listened to it and were like, oh, that's good. That's good. But with his, it felt special and unique. And I was just like, why can't I get anywhere near this guy no matter how hard I worked? That was always really frustrating for me. And I did music kind of casually. Play the song? Yeah, sure. Let's see, where is it? Let me have some alerts go while I'm doing this. Somebody said like, what did you write? Like, look who's laughing now or something? It's not a competition between me and this random high school kid from 20 years ago. I hope he's having a wonderful time, man. I don't know. It is now. Here, I'll play you my song first. Where's my songs? Library? You were in high school 20 years ago. Oh, no, I guess not. I'm 31, so I don't know, like 17 years ago? I was like 16 at the time, something like that. Okay. The competition, now that I think about it, I actually remembered it wrong. This was not one of the 24-hour competitions. This was the... So for people who know Fruity Loops, and for the person who asked, no, I did not get Fruity Loops legitimately. I pirated that shit. I bought it once I started as a programmer and I had real money because I was like, I feel bad for having pirated this thing for like 20 years or 10 or whatever it was. So for people who don't know, it's now called FL Studio. It used to be called Fruity Loops, but it's a music production program, and it comes with a bunch of like samples and synths and stuff. So it basically comes prepackaged with some sounds and instruments, and they don't sound that good. Oh God, that's loud. Jesus. You might think that's a crunchy cat jam, but this is not actually very high quality sound effects or things. And then the actual instruments that they have are like the 3-OSC. Where is it? The 3X oscillator. Let's show you the 3X oscillator. And then, you know, with this. So this is like some really basic synth stuff that is like not that great. So then if we play you like a dope song like this. Real Cat Jam. Anyways, they did a competition that were like, so a lot of people will go and like get these fancy, you know, these fancy like Sylenth I like a lot. Where's Sylenth? Don't I have that anymore? Is it SAR? Maybe I'm mixing things up. Sylenth. There we go. So a lot of people would like
take the wheel.
Get these fancy programs. Real Galaxy, thank you. Would get like you purchase like for if you're a musician dude, you like purchase things like this that are like that play instruments and sounds at a much higher quality level. So this is like a preset from this dope program that I really like called Sylenth. You compare that to what comes baked into Fruity Loops by default. So, anyways,
Jesus, take the wheel.
So a lot of people on this forum, the audio portal, basically just leaned into would just get these programs. Can you give me a quick demo of Sylenth? No, I'm sorry, I don't remember. Here, let me see if I have like an actual Sylenth song somewhere. Ramen. Wait, this one actually I think has some silent sounds. I don't really make music anymore, but so I don't remember exactly how it works.
I just tuned in while cleaning a scary escape room and you screamed and scared me further. Good job, Doug.
Great job. Oh God. Yeah, I mean here. So there's like this is a project with a bunch of fancy stuff and where the hell? What do you press? Where's the instruments? How do I get the instruments? I think the lead is Sylenth.
On the Prime discussion, would you say emotes add on to the appeal of people using Prime on channels?
Dude, I have no idea. I don't ask anybody to give primes. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't get it.
Jesus, take the wheel.
So I think all of these are... I think all of this is Sylenth. Oh, this is just a keyboard. Let me find the actual... this is piano. Ooh, I like that mix. Boz Girl, thank you very much for 12 months. I think the bass is all Sylenth. Yeah, so I like Sylenth for bass sounds. So let me turn the... And even the pad, yeah, the pads are also Sylenth. So I really like it for bass sounds. Okay, anyway.
Through food vids. Did not know you had a Twitch till the re-ups of edited Twitch streams.
Interesting.
I always feel a disconnect when creators switch up their stuff. I feel like I lost a version of them. Luckily, I love your new stuff.
Thank you.
AI creates food script.
I do want to do actually something like that at some point. Sounds very cyberpunky. So anyway, this all stuff here, I like Sylenth a lot, but it's one of the only VSTs I've really used. And I haven't been doing stuff for like 8 years now. This is the type of sounds you can get if you use like really good, if you use really good instruments and stuff. And the whole point of this competition in 2008 or whenever this was that people had to use only the default instruments that come with Fruity Loops. And so I came up, I think this is the one. So this is my version. And I like worked hard all weekend and I was like, this is it, this is gonna be my song, like, I'm the greatest. Oh wait, there's a part in this you might actually like. This do be hype. It's fine, it's good, it's good, it's a good song. It's not terrible. Here, I'll let it go to the drop, and then I'll play the one that the other guy made. It's cute, it's cute. Yeah, it's like a Geometry Dash song. Alright, I'll let it go to the thingy. It's a Mario song. I'm expecting way worse. I'll give context, okay? One sec. For people who actually know music production, you can hear that this is not well mixed. Like, this is not actually a... The bass is all fucked up. There's not a... It's good. It's fine. There's a part at the end where I had my friend record aloud. Okay, you guys might like this. Wait. I think this is this song. Is it a different song? Wait, was it a different song? I had a friend like yell really loud in one of them. There we go. Great. Great stuff. So I think that is a good song. And again, there's this difference between good versus great, okay? Good meaning, he didn't scream awe, he said, are you ready? Good meaning like, that's good, right? But is anybody gonna be like, I fucking love that song? No, not really. I mean, maybe you do and that's fine. But the point is I put in a shitload of effort on that song, a fuckload of effort. And then this other dude came in and made his song for the competition in 3 hours. And you, it's fine, may or may not like this next song I'm about to play from this other guy. And that's fine, right? You may or may not love the one I did. But the point is, he made his version in like 3 hours, and I made mine in like 5 or 6 days of busting my ass. I don't remember exactly the amount of time. I might be mixing up some things. But I remember with this one very specifically, I had worked super hard on my version, and that I saw on the forum, he was like, oh, I only had a couple hours. So here's his version. And you might, very different type of music, by the way. This is with the default sounds. He could have lied, but this was like a really, he had a strong reputation. He was very trustworthy. So cool. The sounds are so fucking cool. Like all these pads and things. I have no idea how to make shit like this. It's just like, it's like haunting, right? And like, oh, you know Corn and Beans. Yeah, Corn and Beans is fucking crazy. He's the guy from the story. I still have no idea how to make these sounds that he's making, or like know how to think about sounds in the way he's thinking. That is fucking cool. That is so fucking cool. And he made it in 3 hours, and he made it with the default Fruity Loop sounds. Like, this is insane. So, hearing this was like a, yeah, he won. Was one of those moments where I'm like, I am nowhere near this guy. Not even in the same ballpark, and he is putting in 1/10 of the effort, right? That's the whole point. It's not that my song is bad, it's that he's going to be on a level way beyond me because he's so naturally talented at this thing. Mid, to be honest, Doug was better. Thank you. I disagree personally. So, anyway, it's a fucking sick song. Might have just been practice. I disagree. Again, that's the whole point of this video, is that I think that practice is not what makes you great at something. I think you have to have natural talent. And then when you apply yourself in your natural talent, then you can become something that's really, really, you can improve to a really notable level really quickly because you're leaning into your natural strengths. And yes, I do think everybody is born with natural talent. I think everybody has 2 skill sets. As I talk about in the video, if you feel like you are a talentless piece of Play-Doh, that's fine, but you do have talents, and you just have to go find them. Doug's was good. Yeah, mine was fine. Yeah, it was good. Yeah. I kind of disagree because I'm an artist, and I used to suck really bad at art, but now that I've practiced it, it's something that makes me happy. So I think there's probably 2 things going on there. One, enjoying a thing is not the same as being really great at it. If you like it and some people enjoy it, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's not what I think would be your optimal way if you're trying to create a piece of work that has the highest chance of like people loving it, okay? If you enjoy a thing, that's wonderful. There's nothing wrong with that. But the point of this video is how do you build content that people are going to super care about? And the other piece is that you're probably talented at it. If you really feel like you're accelerating at it and getting better rapidly,
either you're good at that, or more likely there's a piece of that that you're really good at. With music, for example, I realized later on, like right before I quit making music, I was really good at remixes. Like I was very good at taking existing sounds and songs and mixing them together. So for example, if you look at my main channel, I made some dope shit, some dope music, which was not about me making original compositions anymore like I was trying to do, but it was about me taking a bunch of Hearthstone sounds and mixing them together in a cool way, right? And that's, right? So it's easy to be like, oh, I'm good or bad at music. No. That's way too broad. It's what specifically are you good at in that category? So for me within music, I actually am able to like remix stuff together really well. And so potentially that's what's going on with you, is you have locked in on something you are naturally gifted at. Like this. Oh, we're watching it too fast. This is a song I made out of Hearthstone sounds entirely. And I made this super fast. And this is, I think, cooler than any song I've ever made. Here, we'll go to the middle section.
Jaina versus Jaina versus Jaina versus Jaina.
I'm sorry.
Jaina versus Jaina.
Ooh, catch him.
Sorry.
Jaina versus Jaina. Jaina
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So I think that's fucking dope, okay? And the point is that it's not that I suddenly got good at music, it's that I leaned into a specific part of music that actually utilized what I think I'm good at, which is like remixing ideas into a fun way. That's part of my like silly goals skill set. So this is an example, I think, of how even within a broader category of some creative I mean, like making videos is a infinitely broad category of creativity, and you're not just good or bad at making videos, right? You should be really specific. I think art is the same thing. If you have started to hone in on what piece of artwork you are really drawn to and feel good at, and you continue to lean into that, I think you will get faster a lot better. I think if I had continued to try to make the old music stuff that I was good at, where I was just like, oh, like I'm just trying to be like make amazing compositions, I never would have been great at that. And I think I really could have succeeded if I leaned into this stuff. And I did have some successes. We have the epic sax Murloc, which was like my biggest video until Doug. Where's that?
Glutus.
Right? And this is, again, this is leaning into like dumb remixes of things. And like, I think I could have had success if I had really focused on this. I'm gonna get DMCA'd for this, whatever. We'll wait for the drop. And then we'll keep going on the video. Okay, no more.
I'm behind on rent, but since you screamed you clearly need money, I'm scared.
No. I'm fine. I just told you how much money I make on Twitch. It's too much money. I've casually... Anyway, I hope that first video is better. Why didn't you continue doing those? Because I think they used some of my skill set, but not all of them. I don't think there's much like teaching or storytelling in that, and it is thus missing a core component that I think makes something really resonate for me and is fun for me. Can you give us those songs? What songs? The ones I just played? I don't know if I can give you the corn and beans one. Wait, I don't know which songs. Are you able to retire now? How much money do you need to retire? I don't know. I'm not like super rich. YouTube has gotten very profitable a lot. YouTube, Twitch is... I'm making a lot of money now, but I'm not like a millionaire or anything. Isn't that 401k? I don't know like what you need to retire anymore in terms of like how much money you need. You need $40,000. If you have 200k, you can invest. You can retire at 30. I don't think that's correct. I've heard like if you have 750K invested, you should be able to retire at 30. But then you have to live like super frugally. 1 million is like $10,000 today. No, 1 million is 10,000. $1 million is $1 million today. I don't think you. What? 1 million is like 10K today, is the message. I think maybe you meant $10,000 in a specific year is like $1 million, but no, $1 million is like $1 million today. Google said you had $3 million. Yes, they're way off. I also don't monetize my stuff as much as other people do. I have put less ads in my YouTube videos than most people do. Apparently, Mr. Beast puts a YouTube ad every minute and a half. That's the new meta. It's your boy Boosh. Thank you for the 2 years. Thank you. Remind me to change that at some point. You clearly don't know how money works. I have pushed down from putting one mid-roll ad in my YouTube videos to like one every 6 to 7 minutes. So I am still forcing you to watch ads every 6 to 7 minutes, which is annoying, but that's a fourth of the amount of money. To be clear, I've given up probably at least like $500,000 in money from ads on my YouTube channel. If I did like minute and a half ads on everything the whole time I've been doing YouTuber, like hundreds of thousands of dollars I've given up. Like, Jesus, take the wheel. Straight up, I would just have that money. So no, I'm not optimizing my channel for money in the way that others people do. So when there's those online estimates that are like, oh, Doug's worth anywhere from like $10 to 5 million. One, those websites are just bad. And then two, that range is based on like, if you like ultra optimize for money, Jesus, take the wheel. You can make a lot more. If you did that, I'm sorry. That's way too many to reasonably watch. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like a minute, ads every minute and a half sounds like the most fucking obnoxious thing on the planet. I'm surprised it works for those creators. There's lots of creators who do that. And look, I'm not going to sit here and like be like, I never care about money. At some point, maybe I will do more ads or whatever. Duck2, thank you for the 2 years. Thank you. Like I'm not sitting here saying I'm like a saint. The point is just like I just care more about other things. So I just happen to be the type of person where I'm going to apply my energy in other areas. Not that I'm some like amazing person who's above money and all I care about is creativity. Remember to change that sub sound. Thank you, Ian. I really do at some point. Saint Douglas. Can we watch the Zorbies commercial? If people right now pay for the channel point reward to do a 1 in 10 chance of summoning Billy Mays, and they get the 1 in 10, yes, you can watch Billy Mays. To be honest, it's that openness of why I like your stuff. I mean, yeah, it's fine. It's also it's also just not out of the goodness in my heart. It's what I believe is better for my channel. I believe it is better for my channel and growth to focus on growth right now. I could do sponsorships every single video, and I probably will do sponsorships again at some point in videos. But right now, I think it is more meaningful for the channel and for long-term growth to focus on growth and not on ads and sponsorships, because that takes time, right? When you focus on money, you are doing that at the expense of focusing on your channel and growth. That time and energy has to come from somewhere.
If you got a real mess and want to clean like the pros, then you've got to see this. Hi, Billy Mays here with Zorbies, the most absorbent material I've ever used.
It took you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tries.
Over 20
Hold
ounces
on.
of liquid.
I feel like you guys have gotten Billy Mays like 1 out of 4 times on average. You get Billy Mays so often.
Soda, even red wine. Watch as its powerful vacuum action pulls and cleans the stain from out of the carpet just that quick. The secret's in the X27 fiber technology, making Zorbies over 27 times more
I'm pretty sure. Remember your channel from the GTA 5 race, right? Anyways, thank you. I'm glad you like it.
Zorbies is odor-free and leaves a path of clean. Now you can clean and dry.
When are your Zorbies coming? I think they're almost here.
Behind. You'll be amazed at just how much they absorb. And they're machine washable. Dry your entire car,
even your dog.
Use any cleaner for streak-free windows. An average family uses up to 2 rolls of paper towels every week.
That's cash in the trash.
Save money and even help save the environment. You get 2 jumbo Zorbies plus 3 extra large for only $14.99. But call right now and I'll send you another 5 Zorbies absolutely free. That's 10 Zorbies for only $14.99. And as a special bonus, we'll also include our Micromen microfiber duster. Free. It's great for blinds, plants, glass, and more. And attracts dust like a magnet. That's a $60 value, all for only $14.99. And here's the best part. We'll send you a set of Zorbies free whenever you need them for life. Just pay shipping and processing. But you gotta call now.
Do American families really use that much toilet paper? Oh, paper towels. I think we use a lot. I don't know. Growing up, my parents like only use towels, like, you know, rags that are around the kitchen. You just use those a lot. And then I use sorry, I was watching Point Crow in the background. Sorry, you guys. I was ignoring the Zorbies commercial. Don't be upset. All right. I've seen the Zorbies commercial at least 45 times at this point. I've seen it so many times.
Would you also still say that your less talented skills can still be useful?
Yeah.
Like, you use your programming skills in your streams pretty often, even though you code is.
Yeah, I think that's thank you. I think that's a great point. Yeah, so yeah, you can, you know, again, the point of the video is like, I think everybody has 2 things that they're naturally super gifted at. And you're going to be like faster and more effective and learn more and do better if you focus on those things by a significant margin versus just focusing on what you are okay at. But you can still be good at anything through hard work, right? So I'm a good programmer. I learned to code. Like, I got straight A's at Berkeley. Like, that's pretty fucking hard to do. And that's not because I'm super smart at programming. And I know that because I had multiple friends who barely put any effort, were fucking geniuses, and they were only slightly below me in grade. So I had to work way harder, right? Straight A's is an exaggeration. The first, all the intro classes, like all the lower grad computer science classes, I got straight A's in those, which is badass. Then I stopped trying very hard and got B's. But the point is, I did really well because I was outworking other people. But the guys who were super talented at it were able to do it. So those super talented guys are now doing programming stuff in Silicon Valley, and they're very, very successful. But the effort that I put in to programming to become good at that thing has paid off, right? I've used that programming skill that I developed in my videos and in my streams, and that's become a super, super helpful tool. So I think you can think about it like you can learn how to become competent or good at any tool or skill you want, and that's great. But those should supplement your 2 skill sets, right? Those should serve to like help out the 2 things you're super talented at, rather than that being the focus. Like, you know, music to me is another example. It's nice that I know some audio processing stuff because that became helpful later with using music in my streams, right? So yeah, learning things is great. It's not like you should literally only focus on your 2 skill sets and nothing else, but that should be the core thing and you support them. I'm a programmer, but I often use coding, like doing stuff in Python to help me in things not related to programming. Yeah. A member of us has asked in a reasonable tone, what is your flavor? Mr. Clucka, what the fuck are you talking about? Genuine question. I feel like all my talents are already used by other successful YouTubers. For example, programming and gaming are taken by many. How do you get around this feeling that there's no point? I think you have to be more specific. Gaming is not your natural talent. Sorry, no, that's way too broad. That'd be like saying like, yeah, my natural talent is music. That is absurdly broad. As we've talked about just a little bit today, there's the difference between like, you know, happy like video game type music versus the music that Corn and Beans made, where it was this super like kind of dark, moody type weird thing. And then there's the one I made, which is a remix of video games. Those are all like totally different categories. Music incorporates things for like cinematic film or for different types of context. And I mean, if you've watched Bill Wurst on YouTube, that dude is super, the guy who made the history of Japan and history of the entire world. That's music, but that is a super, super specific thing. So if you look at Bill Wurst's stuff, right? Will Wurst.
Look at the
This dude is so weird. Oh, worst. Oops. That was not the right name. And this guy, I mean, like... This guy makes some very unique music. I've listened to this song like 100 times. Like the music theory stuff he does is wild. So this dude is crazy. Bill Wirtz is just Wirtz. He is wildly talented. It would be silly if he was becoming a musician, then was like, well, people are already good at music. No room for me. No, absolutely not. This is so specific, right? This is like, this is very unique. Nobody can like replicate Bill Wirtz. You can't do it because he's found a niche within music that really leans into his kind of mind, right? So gaming is the same thing. And there's so many examples of this. Somebody said Shmoyoho, which is also an amazing, what's my favorite one of theirs? Damn good. What is it? Damn.
Oh my goodness. Oh my damn.
Another banger.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, Brian David Gilbert.
Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Oh
yeah,
my
Neil
goodness.
Cicero. I don't know how to say his name. Cicero Rega. Weird Al. This is so wildly obscure. This Shmoyoho has been making videos like this where they auto-tune people doing various things like YouTubers and whatever else into like original songs and everything else. So the point is, like, within music, there are thousands and maybe millions of examples of people doing very specific creative voices, right? And there will always be opportunity to do new things. And that's kind of the point of the video is, like, if you lean into your two skill sets, you kind of become your own category, right? For me, like, when I was starting YouTube, gaming seemed ultra saturated. Actually, another good way to think about this is every single year that YouTube has existed, people have said, well, it's too late. Gaming is too saturated. There's too many creators. I can't break out. They were saying that in 2015 when I first tried YouTube. They were saying that in 2018 when I tried again. They were saying it in 2019 when I successfully broke out, and they're still saying it now. You will always feel that way. But that's why the obligation is on you to find your niche, to actually figure out, okay, what am I going to be really great at? So I don't think gaming, I forget the other one that you said, maybe programming. Both of those are super broad. Programming is way too broad. What specifically about programming are you great at? Are you the type of person who wants to go into assembly code and go deep down, or are you somebody who wants to script stuff really rapidly? That should dramatically change how you approach programming in terms of making content around it, right? There's a lot like Michael Reeves, right? I think mixes like sort of technical robots and programming with this sort of neurotic, chaotic mind, and I think that combination is wonderful. If you combine two things, those could be very different, and the type of technical work he does is fairly specific, man. Are people saying the saturation thing to take out potential competition? I think it just feels that way. It feels really, really hopeless to start as a content creator, and I talk about some of that in this video. I don't know if we're going to get through the whole video today. Probably not at the rate we're going. I encourage you to watch the whole thing if you are curious about more details of what I'm saying, but it feels that way until you make it. And then people go, oh, I really like what you did. You have to develop what makes your thing unique. And that's how you can carve out a spot. Again, even for me, who has like almost 2 million subs, like I'm still quite niche. Like it's very specific what I'm doing, and it's not broadly appealing to everybody. And that's why I was able to be successful, is because I found my own thing. And I talked about in the video, people were not making my type of video in 2018. Nobody was making gaming challenges where you explain how to complete the challenge. I remember the reason I even like kind of thought of the idea was that I saw, oh God, I forget his name, a guy who does music, and he makes songs out of sound effects, similar to what I had done with Hearthstone. And I realized something about his videos, the reason they were successful. Does anybody know Andrew something? I think is his name.
Not Nim, although Nim's another example. Andrew 99 Balloons, maybe? Yeah, Andrew Huang. So this is just him just making a crazy sound, song out of sounds, right? But a lot of the videos that he was making, it wasn't really about the song that he made. It was about the story of how he made the song. And that helped me to realize, oh, with my own videos, I can tell a story about how this gaming challenge developed rather than just showing the ending, right? So when I was trying to break out as a YouTuber, my niche didn't really exist, and I had to like lean into it and find it, which I think it's the same goal here. Yes, that's the song 99 Red Balloons played with a red balloon. I disagree with you saying everyone has two talents, but isn't it all about finding a niche by combining two talents? Yes. Yes, that's the goal. You find the two things you're very talented at. Oh yeah, Game Champ. Game Champ was the one other person in 2018 that I knew of who was making the videos in that same style, which is like, here's a gaming challenge, here's like teaching it. So again, the idea is like I was competing with one person, and you're not even really competing with them anyways, because you're still developing your own voice, you know. Yimfa, oh my god, Yimfa's so good. He is so fucking good. I don't know how you say his name. I don't know if it's pronounced Yimfa, but the completionist did that. Yeah. I mean, there's examples, but still, my stuff is different. It is, and it's less different now. It is less. My videos are less unique now, but they were very, I think, unusual when they were first coming out. What's your feelings on people doing the same style of videos as you? I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I don't care. I don't care because nobody's going to mix the same two things that I mix. There's a bunch of people who either have reached out and said, hey, can I do this voice commands challenge or this Twitch chat thing or whatever else? Oh yeah, Game Champ is her. Sorry about that. Somebody has to combine the exact same two skill sets because to replicate what I'm doing, because I think I have those two specific things that I'm bringing to the table. Let's Game It Out switches content from Let's Play to his current one and exploded in popularity. I don't think anybody can copy me, so I don't care. My videos aren't my videos because of the concept that I come up with. It is the combination of some stupid goal and the journey that I've developed towards that, and then the storytelling and teaching about that story. Those two things are what make it work. Not me just... my videos aren't successful because of the concept of voice commands. It's what I chose to use, the tool voice commands, to build an interesting goal and to tell it in a fun way. How would you even find the things you're good at? That is coming up in the video. I've watched people do similar ideas to your videos, and it never feels anywhere near the same. Yeah, and there's some people who really, really try to emulate what I'm doing, and at best, people are like, "Oh, this is kind of like Doug Doug," and at worst, nobody cares because they would just come watch me instead, right? And I've seen people do that and then pivot to stuff that leans more into their own style, and then have a lot of success, right? Do you think that people grow in their two talents over time? Yeah, you find your two talents and then you spend a bunch of time working on them. There's a comment with timestamps if you want to skip around. I guess let's... No, let's just keep watching. Isn't the algorithm all about being similar? I think that's how I found you, is because you were already watching similar things. I mean, not really. The algorithm wants to find new things. So if it finds a new thing that a lot of people are interested in, it will show that to new people. Like my AI Invasion series, which I am proud of, I think is very cool. That's fairly different from what I've normally done, right? I don't think that's similar to what other people are doing, but YouTube still recognized that people might be interested in it and connected them to that content.
Astral Spiff has the same skill set. Juve has the same skill set. Yeah, I think both of those guys are examples of people who are very close to what I'm doing, but even still, it has its own feeling and vibe. It's not just a Doug copy, right? They have differentiated it by leaning into what they do great. All right, let's, you watched the first AI invasion video 4 times. Okay, well, that's why it has so many views then, because you guys just, it's probably the same number of views as a normal video, and you guys just watched it a whole bunch. I guess let's just keep watching. This next section takes a while. We'll just see. We'll keep watching until we feel like there's a good point. For a number of years and always found like I was just like hitting a brick wall with it despite a huge amount of work. And then when I was 23 or 4, I think 4, when I was 24, I was like, hey, I want to try making like videos about Hearthstone. That seems fun. And I picked up video editing. I had never done any video editing of any kind ever, and learned Premiere from this online tutorial. And I distinctly remember that moment when I was learning. I mean, it was over like 2 weeks. I learned how to edit videos, and every night I would watch these tutorials, and everything I was learning, it was like my brain was like electrified. It felt like this makes complete sense. With the music production stuff, it was like, the analogy I use is with music production, it was like I was sitting in a kitchen and there's a whole bunch of ingredients on just on the counter. You got flour and sugar and you've got fruit and spices and all this stuff, right? I mean, all these ingredients, but I had no fucking idea what to do with them. And this is also how I would actually cook. I don't know how to cook at all. And I was like looking at these ingredients as a musician and being like, okay, well, maybe, I don't know, I'll throw in a pineapple and we'll put in like that chicken thing and we'll put in this syrup. I don't know. And you just try shit, you throw it in a bowl and it tastes bad most of the time. But if you throw enough stuff into a bowl, then eventually something tastes okay. That was the process with music. The instant I started video editing, it was like, I wasn't looking at ingredients anymore. I could see all the potential meals. Like you could see the comedy, you could understand, that's why that thing would be there. I get what the value that would have in a dish. And wait, that because of that fruit or that spice being in this thing and this piece of bread or whatever being in this type of format, these would combine in this particular way. As I was learning editing, I was shocked by how obvious everything felt. It felt like I could see, not into the future, but like see the possibilities and was energized by everything. It was obvious to me in a way that music was obscured and unclear, and I was just kind of stabbing in the dark until something kind of came together. This was a massive epiphany because I was like, oh, that's what was going on with music. That's what was fucking going on. The guys who were just incredible and blowing it out of the water, they were like me with editing. They had that gift to just like see the possibilities, to push it in directions with less effort. And no matter how hard I would have worked at music, I never would have beaten those guys because they had the natural skill set in that category. So this is a massively important thing to recognize when it comes to creativity. In a lot of areas of our lives, you can get by with just hard work. I think anybody can be good at anything with hard work. You can, if your dream is to become an NBA player, you can become a very good basketball player if you work your fucking ass off. But again, you're not going to beat LeBron James, who is great, right? Who has that skill set, the 2 skill sets that are like unmatched, right? Unless you have those skill sets, you are not going to be at his level. But with creativity, right? Because what we've talked about, how being great and really standing out is super important. That's why focusing on your skill sets is super, super critical to making great content. To, again, this overall goal of this entire video is how do you make great content people fucking love? Now, as I said before, I believe that everybody has 2 skill sets. I should give the disclaimer, most of what I'm saying in this video is not like brand new ideas. It's just synthesized. It's a whole bunch of different ideas I've heard over the years that are synthesized in a particular way for content creation. This 2 skill sets thing, I haven't heard other people talk about it specifically in this way, but I believe everybody's got 2 skill sets. So you have 2 categories of skills that you are great at and everything else is just decent. It could literally be anything, right? It could be like parodying things, teaching, creating a comfortable social environment, like the way you socialize with people, improv, whether that's comedy or drama or whatever else, organization or communicating ideas. You could have athletic talent. Maybe it's writing stories. Maybe it's analyzing popular trends. Maybe it's how to market things. Maybe it's building a team environment or building a business, right? There's many, 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 many different skills in the world. And I think you have 2 of them. And as I've kind of teased, I think the best content is a mix of 2 skill sets. It is when a person combines 2 things that they're incredibly talented at into a skill mix. That's the term I'm going to use for this video. So you have your 2 skill sets that I think everybody has. When you combine them together, which is what you have to do for creativity, that is your skill mix. Who's the main character today? Is it you guys, Doug 1 or Doug 2?
What's really cool about this, and this is what I did this exercise when I first came up with these ideas, you can look at, and I think you should do this, go look at all the content that you like, whether it's books, TV shows, streamers, whatever, right? It's always a mix of like 2 themes or 2 kind of core ideas that intertwine, and it's the combination of those 2 things that makes it so good and intriguing, right? Some examples and of course, these examples aren't necessarily things that you like, but I'm describing why other people find them so appealing, right? Which is the important thing. For Game of Thrones, right? It's this incredibly rich, evocative world building and character building, but also the tension of this betrayal, sadness, death. There's this like darkness to it that makes the world building feel much more visceral. Or at least that's my interpretation of Game of Thrones. BoJack Horseman, I think a phenomenal TV show. It's this witty
You used to look so young. This was 2 weeks ago. I recorded this. This is like a week ago that I recorded. Literally 1 week ago, I recorded this.
Of pop culture, like this incredible kind of analysis of our current modern day culture, as well, and you know, with a lot of humor mixed in, as well as this really like accurate kind of dark portrayal of human emotion and struggle.
Dude, at some point, I should fully shave on stream. I haven't checked in a couple years. I haven't been fully shaved in a long time, but I look like 10, 20 years younger. I look like I'm like 20 or 18. I look so young without a beard. Maybe we'll do that as a punishment at some point. No, not full body. Your eyes were blue. God, what a good look. I can't believe how young you were. Let me just be clear here. You can't believe that 1 week ago, I was 1 week younger. How long would we suffer with babyface Doug? I mean, it grows back in like a week. I don't know. You know, beards are pretty quick. You must shave now. No, I don't really want to do that.
And again, I think
there has to be a reason. Dan Gaming, I talked about what if your skill sets is something you hate doing earlier. I think you haven't found your skill set if you think that. But if you rewatch some of the earlier of this VOD, I talked about that a little bit. It's crazy how full of youthful optimism you were. Look, I had my eyes shut closed just to block it all out. Since there's one in the background, can we have a keyboard playing stream oh, like a piano playing stream. I don't know how to play piano, though. I know one song. I just memorized my favorite Nils Fromm song, and I know how to play that. So I can play the one song, I guess. Combo of those two things that makes it so potent. Something that's more niche. The Adventure Zone Dungeons & Dragons podcast by the McElroy brothers. You probably have not heard of this. It's not like wildly popular, but it's these three brothers who do a podcast, or three brothers and their dad who do a podcast. It's a Dungeons & Dragons podcast. You may not think a week is long, but a week is 10,080 minutes. I still don't think a week is very long. Okay.
And I think what makes it work so well is those three have just insane, hilarious improv comedy, which on itself is really, really great. But then they also combine it with like custom fantasy worlds and characters and stories. And it is the combination of those two things, seeing their improv and jokes go up against, you know, like goblins trying to sell them like merchandise and whatever. And these moments that happen as a result of this combination, which is what makes it so incredibly memorable and lovable and funny.
You love the McElroys? Yeah, they're so fucking funny. It's unreal. Our alerts, yeah, alerts are still paused. I'll unpause them after this section that we get through.
Interestingly, with them, I think it's a good example because those guys have a podcast called My Brother and Me, which is just improv comedy. It doesn't have that kind of second piece of combining it with the fantasy world of Dungeons and Dragons. And in my eyes, I'm not drawn to the improv podcast.
Wait, this is an important question. This is like the whole point of the video. Genuine question, should I make my graphics more universal so more people will look at it and go, this looks interesting, or should I keep it to my own style? The whole point of this video is to answer that kind of question, kind of. Well, one of the core themes is to answer that kind of question, which is to say, fuck no. Fuck all those people. Fuck them. Fuck the whole universe. This is not about them. This is about you making a thing that you fucking love more than anything else in the world. It's about you finding, what do I love to do? You do what you can do super well, and you lean into that ultra hard, because if you try to just be like, well, I should kind of broaden this and make sure everybody likes it, becomes way less interesting, and nobody will care when they do find it. And the people who really want what you specifically can do, if you're making that stuff unapologetically all in, when they find you, they're going to be like, holy fuck, I love this. And that's the type of person who'll stick around. You should never try to make your thing just more broadly universal. There's a weird paradox. I didn't talk about it in this video, but it's true. Like, making something for a niche audience doesn't mean a lot of people can't like it. I think a lot of people like what I create on YouTube, even though they might not normally like this type of stuff, because it is my own, right? Because I'm just unapologetically making my own stuff that I think is fun and funny, right? there's this weird paradox that the more kind of like you make it for yourself, the more likely it is that a broader audience cares. And I'm sure you can all think about media, whether it's movies or a streamer or whatever, who are clearly trying to appeal to as many people as possible, and it's fucking boring. There are so many examples of that. When I worked in esports, and hopefully none of the people I worked with are watching, when I worked in Hearthstone esports, Blizzard's whole goal was to make Hearthstone shows that everybody loved and that nobody could be offended by. And the result of that is that nobody gave a fuck. Nobody cared at all. It was so boring and unmemorable. And it was like, great, you didn't piss anybody off. But you have to, like, if you're going to make something that people really care about, you got to lean into something specific. Meat Canyon. Meat Canyon's great. His stuff is horrifying and I despise it. But he's successful because he's just unapologetically leaning into his own stuff. And I am glad that he exists and he's making his own things, even though I think they're grotesque. The point is not to make me happy. It's the point that to make himself and anybody who does want that kind of thing super fucking stoked about it. At all. A lot of people like it, but that podcast is only doing one thing, right? It's just doing the improv. And for me and for many other people, once they combined the two things together, that's when it really resonated and felt unique. Yeah, okay, somebody made a good point. A lot of the advice I'm giving in this video, it works because of the internet, okay? In the past, if I wanted to make a business, if I wanted to make my videos that I make, and the only people they could reach is the specific town that I live in, which used to be how businesses work, basically. Like, yeah, you kind of have to make stuff that people around you are going to want to watch or buy or use or whatever, right? The awesome thing about the internet is now your audience is 8 billion people, okay? So if only 0.0001% of those people are super down with what you're doing, that's like 1 million people, or however much the math is. I don't know if that's 1 million or 10 million, but it's a shitload of people, right? So even if you're targeting only 0.01% of the world, that is still a gigantic audience, and the internet allows you to access anybody in the world who might have that same kind of interest, right? So the internet and the amount of people that exist in the world now is a critical part of this. That's like what makes it work, right? You can do this with any streamer or YouTuber or book or movie you like. I'm not going to do it with streamers and YouTubers because I just don't want to talk about other people's work necessarily, and people change. That might become kind of more outdated. But again, I did this. I sat down to this like a day with everything that I liked, and it really helps you see the pattern of, oh yeah, these people who are doing the things that I absolutely fucking love, they kind of have a mix of two things that they're like ultra great at. And conversely, the content creators, if you think about some of maybe creators who you used to like, who aren't doing so well anymore on YouTube and Twitch or wherever, or they just haven't grown in a long time, if you look at what they're doing, I think usually you see they are no longer combining two things together that really feel distinct and mix in some sort of compelling way. They are now just kind of going through the motions of one of their two skill sets. And that's enough to keep their audience, but it's not going to grow the audience. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I believe most people only use 0 or 1 of their skill sets in their daily life. You know, a lot of people don't get the opportunity to use both of their things. You know, my two skill sets, which I'll talk about in a little bit, are creating custom goals, like creating silly goals to pursue, and storytelling. And the odds that if you just...
What is going on? Doug is watching his very old self from a year ago. Or week ago, excuse me. If anybody's curious, we're watching a time capsule that I made. We're getting nostalgic about how Doug used to be.
Drop me in a random job. Like, I worked at EA as a programmer. If you drop me into the EA programming job, the idea that I'm going to like have those two skill sets be relevant, like silly goals and storytelling in like a programming where you're programming
used to be amazing.
Phone apps, like that job was not crafted for me to like really succeed at my two skill sets. I think most people in the world, you know, unless you've really deliberately pursued this or done this thoughtfully, often end up in environments where it's like,
he was so young.
Yeah, they're just kind of going through the motions, and again, they can work hard and
used to be so young a week ago.
Job. They're probably not like really leaning into the two things that they're like super great and super energized by. But with content creation, right? If you are watching this video and you are going to be a content creator, you can create whatever you want. That's the whole point. And so you can design your work and your strategy entirely around your two skill sets, your two strengths, and making it a combination of those two things. If you do that and you combine your skill sets, you can create a niche genre, and you're going to be naturally better and faster in that genre because it's built entirely on the things that you are super gifted and good at. Not only that, if you build content in that niche genre, it is irreplaceable because only somebody with those two specific skill sets can actually make what you're making. It can't be imitated otherwise, and it's almost impossible for people to have the exact two same skill sets. So you basically unlock this incredible opportunity if you can find your two skill sets, you put them together, and you're like, okay, here's my skill mix, and you design your content around that. That is the goal. We got to find your two skill sets. We got to find your two cuisines you're going to make a fusion restaurant out of, and we're going to combine them together. Again, as a quick, relating this to my own journey, I think my content, as I've talked about, was good before I kind of found my skill mix. So I did music, like I said, in high school. In 2015, I started making Hearthstone content for anybody who was around back then. So I did like Hearthstone comedy videos or like esports recaps. And in the years after that, I tried a whole bunch of different other things, like Let's Play videos or, like highlights of me and my friends joking around playing PUBG or like a comedy podcast with my friends. Basically up until 2018. Somebody asked, by two talents, you mean two different types, such as gaming and music production of videos that you are good at making, or two different aspects of your content that is unique and interesting, like having good humor or having good editing. Definitely the two different aspects of your content. Although, again, this video is not really about YouTube. It's just about how do you focus on what you are naturally good at as a person. I will probably skip, and we will probably not get to the section of this video that describes how to find your two skill sets. That is after this. It's like around this section. So there is a whole section about how to find what you are good at. But if your thinking is, oh, I like video games and I like, music, that's way too broad. It's like video games and music and books, like these are mediums for interacting with things. These are broad categories. You're not gifted at gaming. That's not a skill. It's not a thing you do, right? There's many, many things within gaming that you can do. There's many specific things that are involved with playing a video game or building a video game or playing games with your friends or interacting with your friends or playing music or listening to music. Like there's many, 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 many elements specifically that are involved with engaging with those, platforms or mediums. So the point is to find like specifics. There is a step-by-step process in this video for doing that if you are curious. You are not gifted at gaming. You're not. Right? Think about the greatest gamer you can think of, okay? That person is not just like great at video games on a broad scale, okay? They're not. But they've matched up. If you think about like Faker, okay? Faker with League of Legends. He is not the best Mario player in the world. He's not. He has specific skill sets that he's applied to League of Legends that have allowed him to be super hyper successful in that specific category. But his skill set is not League of Legends. His skill set are the two ways of interacting with League of Legends that allow him to be super successful at it. So that's a super clear thing. It's not about what like platform or medium you are most successful at. It's what specifically are you doing that is successful. It doesn't matter whether I'm making YouTube videos or playing a video game. I can use my two skill sets or hang out with friends. I can use these two skill sets anywhere. Is mayonnaise a talent? No, mayonnaise is a medium. You have to think about what you do when you eat mayonnaise. Simple from CSGO. Yes, that is another very good person. It's the same thing. His talent in life is not that he is good at CSGO. I don't know him well enough to know them. But if you really know about Simple, you could really break down what specifically is he great at doing in the game. What is he what is he incredibly talented at doing in the game? How does he interact with other people? How does he think about it? How does he strategize? How does he physically play the game? Those things are skill sets that combine to him being really fucking good at CSGO. In the same way that I am not good at YouTube, that's not my skill. My skill is, I think, creating interesting goals for people and teaching storytelling. And those two things I can apply to YouTube, but I can apply them anywhere else. But again, there is like a guide for that in this video. Do you make content that is interesting and fun for you, but when it's done, is it actually interesting for the viewer? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I think you should focus on what you would be excited. Focus on what you like making, first and foremost, and then focus on what you would like to watch. Generally, those are kind of the same. And guys, he's lost it. He's not like his past self. What if one of your two talents is that you are great at being really good at a lot of different things? I don't know if that's a joke. I think that if that's serious, probably you have a skill set of you're able to learn things really quickly. It's not that you're great at everything, but you can learn things quickly. That doesn't mean you're going to be incredible at everything. There's nobody on earth who's really good at learning stuff who can suddenly become the best basketball player in the world. But they could learn a lot of things quickly. And if that's one of your skill sets, that's great. And maybe you combine that with something else and you make a video every week where you learn a new thing, right? That can be a skill set. That doesn't mean you are infinitely talented at all things in the world, because that person doesn't exist. What if my talent is having every talent? You can't wish for more wishes, okay? When you are born, the skill set genie doesn't allow you to wish. You don't be like, okay, one of them is that I'm really good at teaching. And the genie's like, okay. And then, the genie's like, okay. And then you're like, okay, and for my second skill set, the genie's like, yes. You go, I want to be great at everything. It's like, oh, damn it, I got tricked. No, you have to. You just have to. And if learning things is one of them, that's great, but that doesn't mean you're going to be great at everything. There's a podcast with that premise. The host gets really, really deep into one skill every episode. Yeah, so for that guy, definitely one of his skill sets is learning things quickly and probably being able to like explain it or convey it in some way or pick it up really quick. And presumably if he's doing a successful podcast, the other skill set of his is some degree of like storytelling or presentation or entertainment or humor, something else that he can pair with that. And that's what makes it an interesting show, right? My grandma said I can be anything. Your grandma's a dumb bitch. Okay, let's keep going. I sort of started the one-year program that we'll talk about. I was imitating the other hamburger restaurants. I didn't really have a clear focus on what I was great at. I was essentially looking at all the other hamburgers in the market and saying, okay, well, maybe I could be good at that. Okay, well, maybe I could be good at that. And I mean, I distinctly remember I would like look at some of what the McElroys, who I really, really love, I would look at some of the videos that they would do. And I'd be like, okay, maybe I could do that. And I would try to imitate it, right? And I would do my best to imitate it. I would work really hard and it would be good. It would be good. It's not like terrible, but it didn't feel particularly unique. It didn't feel particularly great, and it was hard for me to make. It was exhausting, right? I'm like working super hard on something that doesn't feel naturally energizing and clear and obvious to me. So then in 2018, I sort of came up with this idea, of skills. Your skill set is insulting elderly people. Serious question. What if I feel like I'm good at more than two skills? Maybe you're a freak of nature. I think probably what is going on is that some of the things you're good at actually can be categorized as the other two. Obviously, this is like a little bit broad. You know, your two skill sets aren't like, I'm good at welding two types of specific pipes together. It doesn't have to be like ultra specific. But I think probably what's going on, if you think you're great at three things, either one of them really can be merged into the other two, or one of them you are not great at and you just enjoy it and you're good at it, and that's great, but you're not like great at it in the way that you're supernaturally gifted at it. Again, I think I'm good at a bunch of things, but I'm not great at them. I think I can be very funny, but I'm not great at being funny. I can't just tell jokes and cry. I mean, there's certain situations, and so you could be like, oh, Doug is also funny as a third skill, but I don't think that's true. I think humor. So for example, with this, right? If I think my two skill sets are storytelling and teaching, I think those are kind of combined. Let's call it storytelling for simplicity, which I do in this video, and creating interesting goals for people to participate in. And those are my two. And I say, well, also, Doug, you're really, really funny. That's clearly, you know, a lot of people think my videos are funny. It's always been hilarious to me because I've never tried to make them funny. That's not the goal ever. But I'll include jokes if they pop up. So you might be like, oh, Doug, clearly your three skill sets are like, you know, creating an interesting challenge, telling it in a fun way, and humor. But to me, humor is not its own skill set. Humor is part of the storytelling and the two challenges. The two skill sets combining are what make it funny. That's where humor comes from. It's not that I sit around writing jokes. I never do that. But humor naturally arises and opportunities for jokes naturally arises because of those two things combining together, right? I was never very funny when I was just trying to write a funny video, but ironically, once I stopped trying to be funny, my videos got way funnier. So it's just work. Okay. Hey, that's pretty good. That was a good one. What if somebody is skilled at being divorced? Twitch chat is funny. Having you guys like participate in and contribute to what's going on, that to me is part of the goals, like creating goals thing. The creating goals skill set for me, I think it's not just being like, I'm going to play GTA 5, but cross the road. I think it's also thinking how to develop goals and challenges like that involve other people. So that to me is one of the skill sets. I think I'm good at getting participants to feel involved with what I'm doing and what I've created, with the goals that I've created. So I don't think it's an accident that you guys feel involved. That being said, yes, you actually generate a lot of the humor of the videos and whatnot. So again, that goes back to like, it's not that I'm funny, it's that I've created an environment using my 2 skill sets where humor can naturally arise out of it. One of my talents is visual storytelling, but since it's already my job, I don't want my content to rely heavily on art. How do I approach this? That's tough. I don't know. I mean, this job has made me hate video games. Not really. That's extreme. I still love video games. I just don't want to play them ever because I'm way too exhausted at the end of the day, and playing a video game just makes me think about work. So work-life balance is a whole other topic that I haven't figured out. So I don't know. It's a good question. A lot of people experience this. Once you become a content creator, at least for video games kind of stop being like super fun. It's a little bit of a bummer. Doug hates us. No, I said I hate video games. And to be clear, I don't. I don't hate video games. For example, I played a bunch of Dota last night. I played like 4 hours of Dota. And I had a great time. But I enjoyed that because it felt totally different than the type of games I play for work. And it's been tough to find a separation between... basically, all of my hobbies now feel associated with my job, and so I can't like turn off the work part of my brain at night when I'm watching YouTube or Twitch or playing games, which is rough. Dota stream when? No, I'm super bad. Dota 2 custom games. I've played like 40 Dota games the past couple weeks. It's been really fun. Tell me what Jerma's skill mix is. I was actually thinking about that recently. That is hard. I don't know. Jerma is an anomaly. I think one of Jerma's skill sets is to relate situations and scenarios to like very specific or bizarre experiences. I also think improv and humor around improv is his other skill sets. And I think those are the 2 things he's combining, but he's hard to tell because he's just so unique. And he's like my favorite streamer by far, by the way. So I say this purely out of enjoyment, but he's just very unique. I realized like I was watching a bunch of his highlight videos recently, and they're hardly at all about the game. Like, if he's like playing Breath of the Wild, like the highlights on YouTube of his streams are basically not about Breath of the Wild. It's almost entirely just on the weird tangents he gets off on. So I think those 2, I think that's the correct mix, but I'm not sure. Like, it might be, I don't know. I don't understand. The game is his ambient music. Yeah, that's like a good way of thinking about it, I think. What are Rosa's skill sets? What are Parker's skill sets? I mean, these are all real things we could do. I think you guys should go and analyze the content creators that you like and try to figure this out. I feel like a key part of this video is that your skill sets need to not only be what you're good at, but what no one else is good at. Not really, no. There's plenty of people who are good at storytelling and teaching. There's plenty of people who can come up with dumb, interesting goals that people can be involved with. But there's probably almost 0 people on Earth who have those exact 2 things. And so when I mix them together, I'm creating a unique category. So it's not that you have to avoid what other people are doing. You just have to lean into what you're doing really, really hard and then combine those 2. And by doing that, you're making like this very specific like restaurant that other people can't create. I recently got a video with 4,000 views. I wasn't able to replicate it, even though my editing got way better and the thumbnails improved. So I don't know. It might be rigged to your geographical location. That's my theory. So part of it's just luck, right? Not every video is going to succeed. That's just not how it works. And I would recommend, it sounds like if you're getting better, you're not, I talk about this later in the video. If you watch the whole video later on, I talk about how you're going to get better at a constant rate, but the rest of the world won't realize it. The way content creation kind of works is that you keep improving over time, and then nobody notices or gives a shit until you have a moment of success, and then people go like, oh, okay, you're actually good. So the answer is, unfortunately, keep working at it. Keep getting better. You say you've gotten way better, that you can get way, way more better. I've gotten way better in the last year, and I've gotten way better during the year before that, and before that, and before that, and before that. I keep getting better, and just keep getting better and keep trying. That's the tough truth, I think. What if some successful dude has your 2 skill sets? Still, lean into it. And I don't think it'll be exactly the same. Can I get a graph in MS Paint to explain? To explain what?
I don't even remember where we are in the video. I don't remember what's going on. Doug peaked a week ago. This? Is that what you wanted? This is so much to think about. I hope that helped. You know, let's get through some alerts. That's not a graph. You didn't, all you said was, can you explain this in Paint? That's all you said. I don't know what you wanted. Make it an XY graph. Like that, or... Anyway, I hope this helps. Label it not clear. What do you... What? You need to label the axis. I did. X and Y. Title. The title is explained. Add a Z axis. There you go. I hope that helps out. What if I don't have the resources or time or whatever I need in order to show my talents? Like, say I'm good at music, but I don't have a way to make music, or I'm good at art, but I don't have the time to. You do. You do. I mean, unless you are, you know, legitimately in destitute poverty and you need to, if you need to work hard just to meet your basic survival needs, then you're right. You got to focus on that first. You got to have food and you got to have a roof over your head. And hopefully that's not you. If you're sitting here watching me on twitch.tv, that's probably not you, like on a Sunday. Okay?
Do you think it helps if you're attractive? This is going to sound shallow, but I started watching your content because I find you hot. Sorry, haha. I wonder what percentage of your subs feel that way.
I have no clue. I really don't know. Let me finish my previous thought. I think you need to just make it a priority in your life. And you can prioritize all the things in your life. And if, you know, going to your job and having enough money to afford food and rent, that should leave you with some amount of time. And if it hasn't, I guess, you know, I'm not sure. That's more of a career question of how to have more financial security. But once you are not like scrounging to get by, then you just have to make it a priority. You have to make it a priority over other stuff. When I first started making YouTube videos, I broke up with the girl I was seeing because I wanted more time to make videos. And that was not like a relationship that was really going to go anywhere, but it was like a comfortable thing I enjoyed. And then I was like, no, I care about this a lot. I want to focus on this. And so I ended the relationship. I quit drinking. I used to drink a lot with my friends. And this was like when I was 24 or whatever. And I quit drinking. And I remember my friend came into the room with a shot glass full of whiskey. And it was like, hey, I heard you just broke up. Like, come on, let's have this together. I was like, dude, I'm sorry, but I'm also quitting alcohol. And I'm just going to focus on videos for a while. He like sat there really sad and then had both shots himself. It was a very sweet moment, but I was like, no, dude, I got to stick to this. And there was other things. I spent less time with friends. It's not like I didn't just like suddenly become a hermit, but I did say, hey, I'm going to prioritize this over other stuff. For me, drinking, the problem was not drinking with friends. The problem was I get really bad hangovers. So if I drink almost at all, I'm going to feel horrible the entire next day. And I was like, I can't afford to do that. No, that's not the one who did the voiceover videos. That's my friend Cleo. So the point is just like, I think you can prioritize content over other things. And if you care enough about making it your job, I think you have to do that. If you really want to build an audience, you have to do that. That's just the reality. And that's what I did. I burned through all of my savings to work full-time as a YouTuber and try to make it two times. Like just sat for 5 months in my bedroom making videos and burning through all my money. And then I went and got another job and then did it again. So it's like if you really prioritize it, you can do it. If you just want to do art and content for fun, that's great. Then go for it. You don't need to prioritize it over everything else, but I think it's just about priority. In terms of me being hot, I don't know. I have no fucking idea. The reality is Like, most Twitch streamers are, like, pretty attractive. So I don't think it's a coincidence, to be honest. It probably does help. My sense is that's not a big contributing factor for me because I don't really make, like, fashion and looks and lifestyle part of my vibe. If my face gets you creamy in the pants, that's great. But I would like to believe that is not why the vast majority of people give a shit about what I'm doing. Working on your appearance does help. I mean, the word attractive means that you're attracted to people, all right? So if you make yourself attractive in some way, whether that's through, you know, fashion or lifestyle or whatever else, like, presumably that helps. I don't know, though. I have no fucking idea. It's not really something I think about. Poll. That is the only reason I watch you. I feel like there's plenty of other people on the planet who are more attractive, who do more of a job to showcase their face or body. I don't know. I'm Arrow Ace. I can confirm I'm not watching you because you're hot. What is Arrow Ace? I don't know what that means. I assume that means not attracted to me in some form or another. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I just don't care at all what you think about me. Aromantic and asexual. Oh, okay, got it. You're more attractive because you don't make it a part of your content.
Hi, Doug.
That's
I watched
great.
this video earlier and I think
just don't
that
care.
the advice is good. I do think, though, that the idea that everyone has exactly 2 skills might be a bit restrictive, and also I don't think it is pointless to pursue an interest that you are maybe not naturally good at, and learn to become skilled through effort. You are worth more than your weight in bell peppers.
Thank you. That's not actually that much money. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Or sorry, let me explain. I think people have 2 things they're super ultra great at. It's a theory, a game theory, but I think it's correct. And the more I've analyzed people, the more I continue to believe it's correct. And that the people who appear to have more than 3 really have 2 that just one of the 2 kind of manifests in multiple ways. So maybe you would argue that's 3, but I think you can really boil it down to 2. And that's a more robust framework that is more accurate to what's really going on. You're right. Learning other things and learning new things is wonderful. There's no reason not to do that. The whole point of this video is not like, hey, you should only do things that you're great at and literally nothing else. No, live your life. Do whatever the fuck you want, right? Do what makes you happy. The point of the video, though, is if you want to maximize the chances of you actually making it as a content creator, like growing an audience and being successful, I think you need to just lean into what you're going to be best at. That's the thinking. Learning other things is important within that framework, though. Me learning programming at some point in my life, even though I didn't really enjoy it and I was never great at it, has become super valuable for my 2 skill sets. So even within the context of growing an audience, it is still important to learn new things, right? I learn new stuff all the time, right? You know, I'm learning Dungeons and Dragons right now. Yesterday, I've been learning how to Dungeon Master for a campaign, and I'm going to run a campaign for some friends. I can clearly tell I'm not going to be very good at it, and I hate role-playing, and I hate all these things, but I'm still enjoying learning the subject matter, and I can tell that it will be interesting and valuable for me in other areas, but ultimately creative success, I think, is going to come from leaning into those 2 things. No, I'm not going to stream it. As I mentioned, I don't want to turn Dungeons & Dragons into a work thing. I want it to just be a separate thing that in my brain doesn't have anything to do with YouTube and Twitch. I love it, but that's why I don't want to stream it. Because then I couldn't play D&D without also being in work mode. You know what I mean? My current plan is to continue the getting better part. My friends say they like it. Yeah. Keep working on improving. And also, if you feel like your stuff is really great, keep improving, but also look into marketing stuff. This is, again, where I'm not personally going to give you a lot of advice. I'm just not very good at this, but this is where you should listen to people like Mr. Beast.
How do I
who
get
is
sponsorships?
Really focused.
Say with like, challenge butter.
God, I wish I knew. People like Mr. Beast, I think, are great at saying, hey, here's how to maximize the chances of somebody finding your work if it is great. So should I stop doing what I love to pursue my talents? No.
No, you do that's what you pursue. You pursue what you love to do.
I disagree with your main point on talent. I think it's about effective learning, which is made easier by how people learn naturally. I think people can grow to learn effectively in new ways. Have a good stream.
Fair enough. These are really delayed right now. I'm just going to let the alerts come through for a while. Watching the video doesn't really seem to be achieving that much. Again, you can go watch the full video if you're curious about it. It's called Doug Doug's Guide for New Content Creators. It's on Doug Doug Doug.
I make music as a hobby, in a similar way to how it sounds like you used to. I don't think I am good or dedicated enough to make it a career, but I really enjoy making it, and I definitely have got a lot better since I started.
Nice. Again, I think if you care about really reaching a lot of people and having success with it, then I think finding what you are specifically good at will really help you. What's your opinion on sponsors when it comes to developing your online presence? Do you think they're beneficial, or do you think some people rely on them to feel validated? I mean, let me paint you a picture. Every day I get an offer for a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. Okay, so sponsorships don't mean anything, and I don't think anybody thinks of them as like a status symbol. Sponsorships are where you trade your brand for money. Okay, you trade the brand and trust and audience loyalty that you've built up for money. Like, people don't like sponsorships, so it's strictly hurting your channel if you take sponsorships and stuff. It's purely a bad thing for your channel. So the challenge is to balance it, right? Is to balance, okay, am I willing to take some of the brand loyalty from my viewers and turn that into, you know, $20,000 or whatever? Yeah, I don't know. I don't, And some people make it work. I don't know. Why are you not subscribed to Doug? This is just a random YouTube account. This isn't my main one. You literally made us watch ads. Yeah, I've done some sponsors. I don't do that many, though. I haven't done any on YouTube for like 2 years. Is that a real cup on the desk? Yeah, of course. Kink, kink, kink. Oh, that wasn't a very good sound effect. You did an ad in the Peggle one. What? Oh, right, because of Billy Mays. Yeah. Yeah, that was, I definitely got paid for that. How do you explain internet historian? The way I explain everybody else. Oh, you mean like his the combo of his skill sets? I don't know, I'd have to think about it.
Engineering to just push the boundaries of what's reasonable. He's not chaotic. He's no Michael Reeves. But that's what works.
Yeah, exactly.
He does ridiculous shit so well.
Yeah, I've only seen a couple of his videos.
Comment of yours gave me an epiphany. The ultimate collab. Doug Doug plus Michael Reeves. A GTA 5 mod that tases you every time you get shot.
I don't think I can tase myself on stream. I don't think I can, but it is a good idea. Check notifications. I don't know what these are. Oh, hey, very cool. I don't even know what account this is. Hey, thank you, Alexander Abbey, for the sub. Thank you, Michelle P. Weaver. I don't even know what YouTube account I'm on. This doesn't even have a logo. That will be a stream for the Patreon Pornhub. Should we watch more of the video? We haven't really been... haven't exactly been watching that much of the video. We've gotten through... I guess 27 minutes isn't that bad. Yeah, let's watch 2 more. Video time. I do want to get through the alerts that are all backed up at some point.
You were clean-shaven in 2020. You shaved half your face for a Skyrim 1-hit point challenge, and was fully clean next stream for Half-Life VR.
That wasn't. That was me taking clippers on my face, which is pretty almost fully shaven, but not entirely. But you're right, that's pretty close. I guess I have been fully shaved in a while, or in 2020. Okay, time. You have to watch me, and you're gonna enjoy it. Okay, no complaining. Sets, and again, people have talked a lot about like finding your strengths. For me, I think what it helped me to narrow it down to just 2 and to really focus on just 2, and I think that has made it a lot easier rather than pretending like you might have like lots of skill sets you just have to discover. No, I think you have 2. But I came across my 2 skill sets, and I'll talk about how to find your own in a little bit. But for me, I went through this exercise and I realized, okay, there's 2 things I really fucking love in my... Why is your hair color different from your beard? What are you expecting? I don't know. Hey, Dogs, why's your hair brown? What do I say? I don't know. It's not a choice. He dyes them both. Fix it. Okay. It's one of my skills. Haven't you been paying attention? Life that I think I'm really, really, really great at. One is to create fun goals. If you've seen my Twitch or YouTube, you are probably familiar with this. My brain just spits out shit to do all the time. If I play a video game, my brain is going to be yelling like, wait, what if you stop doing what you're supposed to do? And then we like set up a kart race and we go like run across the thing. Like if we're playing PUBG, I'm like, wait, let's stop playing PUBG and let's go have a kart race like Mario Kart through the wilderness. If I'm playing World of Warcraft, I'm like, wait, let's like do a thing where we jump off a cliff and try to land in the water, right? Whatever it is, like I can come up with an infinite number of just like fun goals to do, and I think they also have the trait that other people can be involved with them. It's not an accident that on my Twitch stream, for example, I have people be involved, right? That I have Twitch chat play a part in what's going on. I think that's part of that skill set. So creating fun goals, that was one skill set of mine that I realized. And the other is storytelling, kind of teaching as well. I think teaching is a part of storytelling, but storytelling, creating fun goals and storytelling. I realized, holy shit, these are the things I fucking love to do throughout my entire life. I have created dumb little goals and pursued those. That's how I've connected with friends. That's how I've played video games. That's how I've I think when I've been at my most creative in terms of making little things that people care about. And then teaching and storytelling. Like I love to tell stories. I love to explain things. I like using weird analogies. I like using music. I like writing emails just because it's an opportunity to like explain what's going on in a coherent way. Whenever I had done Hearthstone videos, like when I'd done YouTube videos so far, the ones that I had really loved to do was when there was like I recorded something and then there was like a story I got to kind of like form out of that. And that's what that really resonated with me. So these are these two things that I suddenly found after, 28 years. Yeah, or 27, 28, 27. I think I was 27. Yes, I was 27. So after 27 years of my creative work just kind of being this like shot in the dark, just pow, 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 like firing in random places, I was like, oh, these are the two things. I fucking love doing these two things. So what was next? At first, I was like, okay, well, I got these. Sorry, everybody. Doug's dead now. Is anybody paying attention to the video? I was watching your own hour and 40-minute video is not very easy to do, apparently. Oh, wait, now I can do cool pen spinning tricks. Whoa, cool. Two things. Maybe I'll try like doing this one for a little while. And I did them separately. So this is the beginning of 2018 for me. I was making a video every week and I was like, okay, why don't I just do like a gaming challenge? I come up with a dumb goal in Breath of the Wild and I like do the goal. And I just like show the recording of the goal happening. I like jump off a cliff and I land on a horse at the bottom. That's funny. That's like a fun challenge. I'll show the victory moment, or I'll be like, I'll play these challenges with my friends, right? Like, I'll come up with a dumb goal and then we'll all play it together. So that was like some of the videos I was making were just that. And then other ones I was like, okay, how could I do the storytelling side? Okay, I could like try to explain. I did like commentary of speed runs where I was like, okay, I could try to like tell the story of what's happening in a speed run. I tried some explained with food, like early versions that didn't come out on YouTube ever, but like I was just like, okay, what if I'm just explaining things? Both of these had potential, and I think they were good. And again, I enjoyed a lot of what I was doing. But then it was like, wait, what if I combine these? It sounds like obvious in retrospect. But at the time, nobody was like playing video games. Lots of people were playing video games in dumb ways. Lots of people were telling stories, but nobody was doing inane, pointless, stupid goals in video games and then like teaching you how to do it. Like, yeah, this is for the person time and effort who's and just watching for sex appeal. Telling a great story about how you achieved a completely pointless, useless goal, right? So the combination of those two things, nobody was doing that at that time. I think it's become kind of more popular, a lot more popular now. But in 2018, I remember scouring YouTube and be like, oh, I dropped my pen on the keyboard. Is this going on Pornhub? Okay. Hello, and welcome to Doug's advice for new content creators. This where were we? Shit. Here? Again, it was using both of the skill sets with voice commands, but I think it was World of Warcraft skydiving. How did you talk to yourself for so long without chat? I can talk perfectly long without chat. You gotta remember, the first year I did this, I wasn't streaming. You don't need Twitch chat in order to make YouTube content. Why are the YouTube videos more peppy than Twitch? Well, this one I was just very, oh God. This one was very high energy just that day. I'd slept well. And then also it's just something I'm really, really passionate about. On Twitch, I'm not like just screaming at the top of my lungs all the time. There has to be a particular thing I'm passionate about, you know? Hold hands. Oh, what if we kissed underneath the Doug guide for new content creator video, which is on my channel. And I'd recorded this with a friend, and it'd just been like a fun time we did together. It was a good time.
Okay, I don't remember.
What if I changed the approach to like, I am teaching you how to do this dumb thing in World of Warcraft? And just like instantly, I was like, holy shit, this is it. It got so much more interesting. All of a sudden, it felt way more creative because instead of one of my two kind of like creative, you know, strengths being there, both of them were combining, and the combination of them felt just like weird. And I mean, again, my stuff is fucking weird. It is super bizarre and pointless and dumb. And even though it's like a little, I don't want to say mainstream now, it's been very popular now, like, especially in 2018, I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, but I love this. It really feels like dumb. Adding new ideas.
Okay, nobody's even watching the video. Is there anything else I should hit in this video? I feel like I've made the point already outside of the video. I feel like we're fine. I don't know. The video that I'm reacting to is way too long for this to make any sense as a stream. I feel like I can just keep answering questions probably. I was watching. Most people are just talking about just wanting me to kiss myself. Let's watch the end of this section, and then we'll probably move on, or we'll just
it was
go to
incredibly
questions.
easy. As I made that video, like, I could write new voice lines effortlessly. I could come up with new ideas, new music effortlessly, because, again, it was using both of the skill sets that I really love. It was way faster to make. That was a super weird thing. My old Hearthstone videos used to take me like 40 hours to make like 3 minutes of content, because I was just like grinding on it, trying to make it better, even though I was kind of resisting my natural strengths. With this, it was like, well, it was easy. It's obvious what I should do kind of at each point. It's obvious the things I should try or what I could try. And maybe the most important, it was more fun. It was a lot more fun to make a video where it was like all I was doing was using the two things that I love to do, and that's it. And I wasn't going like, yeah, well, now I need to like do a lot of graphics and I need to edit it in the way that guy does. I was like, no, I'm just doing the things I have fun with. And so it felt more sustainable and more energizing. What was also interesting is once I did this, I combined these two things and I was like, whoa, I'm storytelling dumb gaming challenges. Other people's like my friends, when I would show them stuff, their reactions to what I was doing suddenly shifted. Again, I'd been making videos that had one of those two things before, and people hadn't like really responded to it. But suddenly I was getting feedback like, oh, this feels really unique. This feels really creative. And one of the most, I think, important pieces of feedback I got from people was, this feels like you. This feels like a video that represents you and your creative voice. And I was like, holy shit, you know, this is like close friends who knew what I was really like, and they felt like, wow, this really feels like the expression of the best parts of you. That was the huge moment of figuring out this skill mix. And I now design everything with that. I try as often as I can to always be cognizant of that and always have that be the goal with what I'm doing. It's not a coincidence at all that every single stream and video and thing I do, for at least with public content creation, with, I mean, a couple very, very few exceptions, almost every single thing is like, there's a goal. There's a thing I'm trying to achieve. There's something we are trying to do. That's what I get energized by, right? That's why I'm able to stream at this like high energy for long periods of time, because I'm doing the thing I really, really care about. It's also why I don't just get on and like stream Kingdom Hearts or stream Valorant, right? There's lots of people for whom they love doing that. For me, that doesn't do anything, right? So I always make sure that it has like the fun goal of some kind that I've created that I'm excited about. And then there's an emphasis on storytelling. And storytelling for me is like, you know, really outlining what we're trying to do and setting the tone of what we're trying to do, setting like being clear about the progress towards that thing, using music. Music is like a huge part of my like storytelling style, right? So it's not an accident that I'm playing music all the time in my Twitch streams or my YouTube videos. To me, those are how I tell the story well. Using voiceover, the way we pace things with the music. There's a lot of thought on how to tell the best story, and it's the combination of those two things that I think is what makes my content interesting. I discovered this.
Isn't coming up with, okay, two questions that I like. One, what are your thoughts on the 1894 New Hampshire gubernatorial election and its effect on the Prohibition Party's public policy at the turn of the century? And I think there's a second question that's a follow-up that is related, and I'll probably hit both of those with one answer. Isn't coming up with silly goals part of the storytelling skill, since it's basically just creating a goal to achieve, aka creating something to start a story and a goal end of a story? There is some crossover, but I think that like my brain just spits out interesting ideas and things to chase after. And that skill set includes how to design it in a way that will be fun and compelling. And then I think the storytelling or teaching type thing is how to communicate what's going on and communicate the kind of core ideas of what's happening in a way that's super digestible and hopefully interesting. So there is like some crossover, yeah, but I think they're bleeding together because they've been intertwined so much. There's a lot of people who can come up with a dumb way to play a goal, to play a game. But I do think I'm different in the way that I focus on storytelling in it.
In the middle of 2018, again, up to that point, I had not succeeded on YouTube. I had had some success on like Reddit, but there was no like sustainable audience. I was getting about 1,000 views per video. And I shifted to this.
Can knowledge of a topic be a skill set? No, I don't think so. That's just memorizing something. Now, maybe your skill set is that you are able to learn things really quickly, like we talked about earlier, and that could be a skill set that becomes something you do. But just knowing a thing isn't a skill set. Anybody could do that, right? Again, it's about like, what do you love to do? Not just about like what knowledge you've collected. What you know how to do, the knowledge you've collected that can inform and enhance the things you really love to do, your two great skill sets, but that's not the skill set in and of itself. New style of my skill mix. I did this for I quit my job, did it for 5 months, was burning through all my savings, and a little over 5 months after that, the channel blew up. I went from like 10,000 subs to 100,000 in a week, and everything just became successful ever since. So discovering the skill mix, shifting my focus to it, and then working really hard on making it the best that it can be, which is, you know, another big step we're going to talk about. That's what allowed me to succeed. And I strongly believe that if I had not made that pivot, if I had not recognized what was going on here and shifted everything to go all in on these two skills, that I never would have had this breakthrough. I never would have created a channel or creative products that people really love, that when they found it, they went, I need to stay here because I can't get this anywhere else. Question, how would you apply your advice in the two-skill principle in a creative group, like as a duo or a team creative channel? That is a great question, and one that I am trying to figure out, because I want to do more collaborative stuff with other people, but it's like, yeah, we're not, you know, you can't create an environment where both you guys are, or multiple people, or 5 or 10 or whatever people are like perfectly using their skill set. I think probably for a lot of people, you've seen some of the collaborative stuff I've done over the past couple months, and some of them just don't really feel the same as a normal like Doug stream. It doesn't have that same kind of creative vibe. So, and that's okay. It's not like every single thing you ever do has to be like, you know, the craziest, most awesome thing ever, right? But if you're trying to make a product that really resonates with people and grows an audience, then yeah, I think you should figure out how to do that. And I don't know. I don't know how to do that yet. I would like to figure out how to do collaborative stuff with other people and still feel like, hey, everybody's bringing everything that they can bring to the table at all times. Your pause expressions are on point. I mean, this is how I always look. Because I wear a mask when I'm streaming, but like this is what my face looks like. You guys are seeing it raw. How much capital does a streamer need to start as a professional? Wow, there's a lot missing there. You're not going to make any money probably. If you're a brand new streamer, that's all you're doing, you're not going to make any money. So you need enough capital to do what you're doing forever. I don't know, man. I think just watch the whole video because it describes my thought process for how over the number of years it maximize your chances of actually growing an audience. You have to grow an audience first and then figure out how much money you're making. When you start streaming, you will be making $0. So you need an infinite amount of money. What would you call this theory of yours? I would say it's Doug's theory, a game theory. And I'm going to trademark that. I could have made a lot of stuff that was good, and I did. And I could have made a lot of stuff that people were like, oh, this is great. And then they move on to something else after they watch it. No, don't encourage Fat Albert. Just 1984 them. And for things to be more fun. And just to do a better job. It's just all better. It's all better. Okay, so hopefully you're convinced on everything I'm saying. If you are, let's talk about how you can find your skill sets. So all right, cool. So this is the part at 36 minutes where you could, if any of this seems appealing, you could follow the steps here to find what I think is a moderately effective way of finding your skill sets. At least it worked for me. But I'll let the alerts go back through. We can answer some other questions. Oh. Fat phobic. Okay, I'm going to try to prioritize text-to-speech questions if they come up, but I will try to read other questions from chat. So again, we are a third of the way through this video. There's a lot of other stuff in there. Can you take a niche that you have seen and enjoyed and adapt it to a different style? Yeah, I mean, the core idea of the whole video is that you should lean into your two skill sets and mix them together. Once you've identified what you want to focus on, then it's really helpful to look at other pieces of content and test out things that they're doing. So see what other people are doing. Say, hey, I like that. Hi, Eddie, thank you for the sub. And then say, okay, I'm going to try that in my content, you know, this next week. I guess I will give a quick summary because I don't think we're really going to get through this whole video. In terms of the quick summary of the rest of this video, the next section is how to find your skill sets, which the advice is basically go through all the things that you have enjoyed in your life, all the things you enjoy, whether it's, you know, playing video games with friends or going to concerts or sitting and reading or watching videos or whatever it is, right? Like all the things that you love to do or all the things that you've loved. And then for each one of those things, once you've listed them, list out why you love doing those things and be really specific. So again, it's not you like music. That's way too broad. It's not you like gaming. That's way too broad. What specifically is going on there?
and then identify, okay, like if I like playing this type of game in this way and doing these activities and doing this specific kind of thing with my friend, then write why for each one of those. You're basically going to have a giant list now of what do you love to do? What do you love to do? You've identified what you love to do, not like just broadly kind of things that make you feel, but like what do you love to do, and how does the things that you do that really make you feel great. Then you categorize all those into 2 different groups, and those are basically your skill sets. It could take some time to really figure out how to organize those, and you might have to think about it a lot or try some new things. You might have to go out and try new things in life in order to get more experiences that you have enjoyed. But that's how you'd sort of find your skill sets, and then once you find them, the big theory program in this video is for 1 year, make a video or make a thing, because this is not just for YouTube. Make a thing every week is the idea. Make a thing every single week, stick to it, and every single time you make a new thing, you add 1 new piece. You try 1 new thing. You test something new. So the whole point is, like, once you've found your 2 skill sets, you combine them, and now you do the work of making them as great as possible. When I found my 2 skill sets and combined them, I was not suddenly magically a YouTuber, right? I was not suddenly magically making great videos. You have to then do the work of saying, okay, what is the most entertaining way that I can present my 2 skill sets? So for me, what worked incredibly well was taking a whole year, which was 2018. I did the whole year. Every week, I completed 1 video. I didn't post them all, but I completed and, you know, worked on, planned, and completed and recorded 1 video with trying something new every single week. And I think if you do that, your skill set, like your ability to present your 2 things that you're great at in an interesting way, are going to improve really rapidly, because even if you try a new thing and it doesn't work, you've now learned what doesn't work. So you improve very rapidly if you try this style of creating content. And I think after 1 year, you will become much, much, much better. And then from there, you can figure out what you want to do next. Do you want to just continue doing that same thing for a year? Do you want to focus more on marketing? Do you want to do these other things? You have a lot of flexibility at that point, but now you have a lot of momentum and a lot of effort that's been put into developing a product that really leans into your skills. You'll have like made way more progress and made way more things, because it's this, you're doing the stuff that you naturally love to do. And if you follow that kind of program, you will be way better at the end of that 1 year, compared to if you had just repeated the exact same thing every week, or you hadn't made anything, or you had just sat there thinking about what you want to do. I think this is how you actually make stuff that people give a shit about. This is how you do it. But I will unpause alerts. So that's essentially the summary of the video. There's a bunch of stuff in the last third about miscellaneous things that I think will help, about like how to maximize or think about getting lucky, how to not quit, because quitting is a really, really hard part about this. But I can just answer other specific questions, because I'm not going to stream too much longer. So we're not going to get through the whole video, but I'll just answer questions and stuff. How do you find and reach out to other content creators to collaborate? I don't know. I mean, what's worked for me is you build a channel first. You build stuff that people really think is cool first, and then you can reach out and say, hey, Doug, I do this thing.
I'm not a content creator, but this video was inspiring to focus on any day-to-day goal.
I'm glad, yeah. I mean, for me, this is just generally how I try to think about life now. It's not really about YouTube. I think reaching out to people and saying, hey, I want to build this thing. Here's why it will help you, right? Like, if you email me and you're like, hey, Doug, will you be in my stream? I'm sorry, I'm going to say no, because I have a limited amount of time, and if I'm going to give my time to your stream, that's taking it away from something else I could work on, my own stream or my own videos, or collaborating with people that I'm really excited to collaborate with, or taking time off, chilling, you know, playing video games, relaxing, right? So it is not realistic to reach out to other content creators and say, hey, give me your time and your value and some of your audience with nothing in return. Nobody's going to do that. We all have a limited amount of time and energy in the world, and it has to be something that both people are going to benefit from. So the easiest thing is reach out to content creators who are your size. But I think more than that, you know, I've been collaborating with more content creators this year, and I've established those connections primarily by reaching out and saying, hey, I put in the work. I developed this cool Twitch plays thing. I have these examples of these Twitch play streams that have been really fun on Twitch and on YouTube. I've come up with a stream idea that I think will be a lot of fun. I think your audience would really like it. I can help you set it up, and they would have this tool for the future. Do you want to be a part of it? Like, that's a compelling pitch for another person. It's like, hey, I'm giving you the opportunity to make something cool that I think your audience would like. You also get crossover with my existing audience. And this is like a purely positive thing. So that's how I think about it. But also, I don't fucking know. I'm a weird person, and like, you shouldn't look to my life as like some example of how to like have friends and be perfect. Do you think Twitch chat is hot? If this coin is a heads, then yes. Oh, chat. You're so hot. Is this video basically centered on how to build your audience on YouTube specifically, or can you apply this to other places? It is not specific to YouTube. I don't touch on anything specifically about YouTube.
Your girlfriend and making this your job?
I certainly don't. No, I'm very happy that I went on this journey. There's still a lot I got to do. Like I need to hire, you know, more people. I need to get better at like delegating work. A big thing for me the last year and 3 months or so has been working with editors. And that was really hard at first for me because of what I talked about in this video, that all I had learned how to do was like make my own thing and then passing off a big chunk of the work to
I understand that you have to
another person is
hard. Friends and family to prioritize content creation. But there is only so much time we get on Twitch. Do you regret the amount of time you lost with friends to pursue YouTube and Twitch?
Sorry, I'll come back to that. Regretting the amount of time. Just on the editor thing, over time, like, it's gotten to a point where now my editors are bringing stuff on their side of the table. So we're creating a new kind of mix that's a combination of what I'm bringing to the table and what the editors are bringing to the table. Same with my thumbnail designer, right? So now it's becoming a combination of our skills and becoming this weird new thing. Like all the visuals at the beginning and ends of videos now, that's stuff I never did, right? So that's bringing another kind of skill into the mix. So, and that's still something I'm really working on and have a lot, you know, need to figure out more of, like, figuring out how to do this collaboratively. But this is mostly just aimed at doing it solo, at least at the beginning. At least I think it's been valuable for me following this system and this way of thinking and really honing and developing like my own voice and style, because now that's making it easier for me to reach out to other people and go, hey, I understand what I can bring to the table. Let's figure out how that can merge with what you're doing, instead of how it felt like it was in my mid-20s where I was like, I'm a creative person, but I don't know what I'm doing. Like, it's a lot easier now when I'm clear about what exactly I'm kind of bringing to the table. The person about regretting time. No, I don't regret the time I've spent. I mean, to be clear, I have put a huge amount of my time and mental energy and effort into content in the past 8 years. I have, you know, played way less games and spent way less time with friends and had less relationships and had less, you know, vacations and experiences in the world and skills than I would have had otherwise. But this was important to me, and I was really clear this was really important to me. Like, just doing this job is really, really important. Like, putting myself out there creatively and building something creatively that I'm really proud of is super, super, super important to me as a person. And I was aware of that. And that was way more, it was clear that was way more important than being in a comfortable relationship or having a comfortable job or these other things. So not at all. I don't regret the time. I think now it's been a challenge and a focus to like allow the work-life balance to be a little bit better, because for many years I was saying, okay, those other things are going to be massively deprioritized while I really focus on developing this part of my life and myself that I really care about. Now that I think I have more bandwidth to then focus on those other things, right? And I can delegate stuff more. So yeah, I think that hopefully makes sense. I think you gotta focus on things, right? You can't have everything in the world all the time. You gotta say like, hey, I'm gonna focus on this particular area of my life that I'm super passionate about for a while. And I think that's fine. Do you think these two skill sets would be important to identify for more things than just streaming? Yes. Yeah, no, I think this is just how you should live your life. This is like my theory on how you should live your life, basically, is this video. It's for content creators, because I do talk about content a lot specifically, but it's just about, hey, how do you identify what you're good at and lean into that? And I think that for the vast majority of people, that's going to result in a much more enjoyable, more effective, more successful way of living. And you're going to connect more with people who really resonate with what you're doing and you really resonate with them, rather than going through life just based off proximity, you know, having friendships that you have friends because they were there. They happen to be the person who you lived with, or that was at that job, or was whatever else, right? That you're at a job that just happened to have the opening, right? It's like, oh yeah, you know, my friend had that job opening and I was there. And instead trying to really
instead of really trying to identify like, hey, what do I love to do? And then trying to lean into that and develop that skill and open that opportunity for yourself. I think that's
one
important.
of Doug's natural talents is rigging challenges against a crew.
Okay. That's the third one. That's my third skill set. What are Dream's 2 talents? I don't know Dream. Sorry, this is going to really horrify you. I don't watch Dream's content. I have watched, I think, one or two videos. I think they're well made. I don't watch Minecraft. I don't really care. You are more equipped to do that than me, but you should. Like, I know this is it's like you're kind of joking, but also you should. I think this is a really valuable skill to like sit and examine other people's contents and break it into pieces and kind of go, oh, I get why this is going. Or I get why this is really effective and why I like
your
it.
Advice here because you're a newish creator. Like, I respect the hell out of Ryan Higa, Smosh and Lily Pichu, but back when they started, the hole in the market was the whole market, whereas you had to find something unique.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, they had less opportunities to reach people. I don't know. I mean, there's some truth. With everything, there is like some degree of luck of like, are you in the right place at the right time? And I talk about that later in the video of like, at some point you do have to be at the right place at the right time. But the way that you get into the right place at the right time is by working hard to put yourself out there a lot. And so I didn't, I had a harder time arguably on YouTube than Lily Pichu or Ryan Higa because they started when there was very little competition, right? But the only reason I succeeded is because I like worked really hard at it. And even then, like I don't know, they're really talented people. And I think they would have succeeded anyways. Like they just happened to be at the right place at the right time. But there was lots of people on YouTube at that time. There was a lot of people, but they were the ones who succeeded because they had busted their ass to get really good at what they were doing and be talented and all that shit, you know? Let me play some upbeat music. What do we got? New Donk City. What is Davy's skill mix? I haven't actually thought about it. I would have to think about it. Jaden Animations is a really good example of what you said about combination of 2 skills, video game commentary and animation. Yeah, I think this storytelling and the actual animation style.
Because something doesn't get picked up by an algorithm or something immediately does not mean your ideal content is inherently bad. Patience is virtue.
Yes, I agree with that. Despite Dream's ongoings, we don't tolerate that type of talk. What, Xavier, I don't understand. What talk are we not tolerating? Sorry to put you on the spot. What is not allowed? I don't know. Thank you, Beard, for the $5. Do you need good storytelling skills to be a good YouTuber? No, not at all. I recommend you watch this video. You should figure out what you are great at. Storytelling / teaching, for me, I think is my particular skill. I would even probably call it teaching rather than storytelling. I've always thought of it as teaching, but you should find what you are great at and lean into that. You definitely don't have to be a good storyteller. There's some big issues with Dream and potential legal issues. Wait, so are we just not talking about Dream? What are we not talking about here then? Sorry, I don't know what we're not talking about. Just him? Are we not mentioning him in chat or? If you see the deleted messages, it shows right there. I don't know how to do that. There's some dude in chat. Oh, so just talking about the stuff. Okay. Don't talk about talking about Dream. Well, I didn't know what... I'm trying to talk about what can we not talk about when talking about Dream. It involves children... Oh, okay. All right, so we're just not going to mention the... Okay, so nobody talk about all the things I'm currently talking about. Stop talking. Let's get this next... This question is going to get us off topic. Or get us onto a good topic. Right now. Oh, we're caught up. Wait, are we?
Doug, I really appreciate you saying that not everyone is going to make it. I hate the saying that everyone is an artist, but as a professional it's just not true. I can make dinner, but that doesn't make me a chef.
Yeah, although, I mean, I will say, like, in the last third of the video, I talk about how I think if you stick with it, and you really focus on growing and trying new things every week, you will eventually do this successfully, but you have to be that committed. And you don't have to be that committed. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Not everybody has to go be a professional artist. And in fact, a lot of people shouldn't, you know? This job is stressful and hard, and as I mentioned, it kind of like taints a lot of your hobbies. It's not a thing that everybody like should go be a YouTuber or whatever. Like, no, not everybody should go be a professional artist. But I do think that if somebody does really care about being that, does really care about building an audience, and focuses on a system where they're improving on a regular basis and putting their work out there on a regular basis, that eventually they will succeed. They will succeed eventually. I do think that. Although I also agree that there's maybe too many people prioritize that over other things. Isn't making a story fun and cool like anywhere in video, and that's something you have to be good at? No. I mean, not everybody who makes YouTube videos is making a great story. There's short little animations. There's lots of things, man. Unfortunately, a lot of artists do rely on social media to succeed. That's fine. Again, we talked about this at the beginning. Marketing is an important part of this whole thing. Ultimately, you do have to share and market your stuff somewhere. And social media is a great way to do that. There's nothing inherently wrong with social media. You got to share your stuff somewhere. Somehow people have to find it. And, you know, I think it's fair to be really frustrated with the platforms that are currently sharing stuff. But ultimately, like, that's part of the gig. If I made videos in 2018, and then after every video, I went and I printed it out onto a piece of paper and stuffed it in a hole in my closet, I'm not going to become a YouTuber. You do have to put your stuff out there and think a little bit about marketing. It's just, the point of this video is, like, how do you make stuff that is worth marketing first? And then you can worry about the stuff of, like, how do I increase the likelihood that it succeeds? I'll just let him talk in the background because that'll be confusing because people won't know who's talking. Genuine question per your content. Would you be against any potential chill bullshitting stream like this? Because I can get behind chill streams. How many people are here? 2,800. I mean, obviously it's not broadly appealing for me to just sit here and talk. I'm not opposed to it. I like talking. There's not that many topics that I really enjoy just sitting and talking about for long periods. I do really get rid of the webcam so everybody's confused. Okay. I do whenever there's an opportunity, yes, I enjoy doing that. I don't think it would be a smart thing to do this all the time, but I like the idea. Yeah, I like talking about stuff. I think it's interesting. I think maybe at some point I'll do like some kind of podcasty type thing. Yeah, we gotta slow it. No, it's gotta just be normal. You already have a podcast with Failboat. Oh, right. Yeah, I do have that. That's a great podcast. That podcast is going to come back in the future. Don't worry. Friends Till Death is going to come back. We've just been sitting on it for a while. Wow, Doug looks so young. Yes, I do. I have a vague sense of my skill sets, but I don't know how to narrow it down. I mean, follow the advice I have in the video. It starts at like 36 minutes. And then, as I mentioned in there, if you feel like you don't understand like what you are bringing to the table, I would recommend trying a bunch of things. Try a whole bunch of things. Try a whole bunch of hobbies. Try a whole bunch of, you know, experiences with friendships. Just try stuff and then really reflect on like what you're liking about it. That's how you learn, right? Thank you, Crazy Player. Wait, does this sampler work? Test. Test. Hello? Wait, it's testing. Hold on. Is it getting the music? What the hell is happening? Test. Oh, it's getting the mute. What the hell?
Wow, I didn't know Doug was such a ventriloquist.
You watch your mouth. How dare you talk about my esophagus like that? What is a ventriloquist? Any advice for a nursing student? I know you're very experienced in the healthcare field. I think you give prostate exams to anyone you see. And that's the kind of go-getter attitude that's going to get you hired. Okay, that's what our boomer grandparents did. Okay, they walked right into the manager's office and they gave him a firm handshake and he said, "Sir, I would love to work at this company." And you do that, but instead of the handshake, your arm goes into their asshole. Hold on. The hell's the GoXR up? All right, we got to figure out how to make the sampler work. How the fuck? Routing. Oh, wait. Oh, interesting. Wait.
Doug, what's going on? We can't hear you. Have we gone deaf? Doug, I'm scared.
And that's why you should always get a prostate exam. And that's why you should always get a prostate exam. Ha ha ha! That's so true, chat. Ha ha ha! That's so true, chat. Okay, what kind of other things should I? What other phrases what does it look like Doug is saying on screen right now? Because then I can just play those instead of having to talk. It reeks of sulfur. I've never said that. Your grandma's a dumb bitch. How dare you? How dare you use the B word in my chat? Oh, no, he's talking to yourself. No, no. That's so true, chat. That's so loud. Fuck you, chat. I would never say that. Hey, get out of my basement! Hey! Okay. That's cash in the trash. That's cash in the trash. And that's why you should always get a prostate. Get out of my basement. That's cash in the trash. That's cash in the trash. That's why you should always get a prostate. That's why you should always get a prostate. That's why you should always. Now I don't even have to I don't actually have to stream or give actual notes. And that's why you should always get a prostate exam. This is great. I don't actually have to think about anything anymore. I just play a video of myself. And I just play some recordings. Let's see if we can go up in viewership. We're at 2,950 viewers. I'm just going to do this for the next, 3 minutes. That's cash in the trash. That's so true. That's why you loud music. That's so true. That's so true. And that's why you should always get a prostate exam. Get out of my basement. That's so true. That's cash in the trash. Get out of my basement. That's so true. That's cash in the trash. That's so true. Get out of my basement. That's cash in the trash. That's so true. Get out of my basement. That's cash. That's why you should always. So that's why you should always get a prostate. And that's why you should always get a prostate. That's so true, Chef. In the trash. And that's why you should always get a prostate. That's so true. That's why you should always get a prostate. In the trash. That's why you should always get a prostate. That's so true. That's why you should always get a prostate. That's so true. That's why you should always get a prostate. Hey, get out of my basement. That's so true. In the trash. That's so true, chat. Okay, how do we do? 20 people left. We did it. You failed. Hey, those are the weaklings. All right, we don't want them here. Oh wait, we just gained 9 back. Okay, we got some new people though. We lost 20 weaklings and we gained 9 hardcore people. We lost 20 people. I don't think this is working. Okay, cool. What other questions you got for me? I'm gonna raid my friend Cherry on his stream. But we have 35 minutes to kill until he's live. So I can answer more questions or I could do something else temporarily. The idea of crafting fun streams and streaming in general is really appealing, but it feels hindering to myself to not do YouTube alongside, but I have no interest in making videos. Yeah, I mean, that's tough. It's tough. You should not become a streamer on its own. It's the odds of you building an audience are almost non-existent if you are just a Twitch streamer. Unfortunately, I wish that was not the case, but it is. It is slightly higher odds on Facebook or YouTube, but still very, very low. Right now, and again, this gets into like specific kind of marketing techniques that I am not necessarily an expert on. Right now, I think the best way to do that is TikTok. You gotta like post clips of what you're doing on TikTok and Instagram Reels or wherever else might has the highest likelihood of, you know, just new people being discovered, and then try to build an audience from there and draw them to your Twitch channel. Even that though, like that implies that you have like some fucking awesome Twitch stream that if you're gonna have regular clips from it that really are gonna make people go, holy shit, I gotta go and find where this person is on streaming, right? I talked in the beginning of the stream how yeah, and it seems like there's some audio sync issues right now. If it seems like my voice is maybe off, just try refreshing your screen. That should fix it. Twitch has had some issues right now where, yeah, like, you can see it's just, I'm saying things and it's not happening correctly. But, you know, if I have a YouTube video that has 1 million subscribers, that video is going to be so much more accessible than the only fusion restaurant poop all so important. You have to great restaurant. Sorry, there's Twitch. Just try to refresh on Twitch and that'll probably fix the issues. Anyways, the percentage of people who find my YouTube videos who might really like them, who then actually go and watch my Twitch stream, it's like we did the math earlier. It's some minuscule percentage, like 0.03% or something like that. So even if you get a TikTok that's super ultra successful, you are gonna then have trouble converting those people to actually come. It's so much easier to watch a 10-second or 50-second TikTok than it is to come watch a 6-hour live stream, which is all a long way of saying, I'm sorry, I don't know how to help you. The method I'm familiar with is building stuff on other platforms first. Put the video in the bottom left. Okay, that's a good idea. Is to build an audience on another platform first. I didn't start as a creator, right? That's not how I didn't start as a streamer, excuse me. That's not how I personally did it. The only thing I can certainly say is collaborating. So if you find other streamers who are around your size and collaborate with them, that is the one thing that you can really use as a growth tool. So find other streamers, you know, regularly do stuff with them. And again, try to find reasons for them to benefit from being a part of what you're doing. You know, don't just say, hey, do you want to stream with me? Like that's not enough. You're just a stranger who just clearly wants the benefit of their audience. Instead, you know, you want to be like, hey, I've come up with this awesome thing that you can be a part of. It's really going to benefit you. I think it was 0.003%. Yeah, ultimately, I don't know. Streaming is super, super hard. And as far as I can tell, almost nobody builds an audience as a new streamer entirely off of streaming. And I wish that wasn't the case. I think that's a bummer. Put yourself on the board as the video. This is just, it's too obviously fake. This is fake. This isn't real. Use the bees in the video. Get rid of the green screen. You mean so it's just green. You just want green in the background. How does this doesn't look any more convincing. Why is this isn't better? Mute yourself and let the video talk. For a year, and every week I had to make a video that was mixing some stupid goal, like a goal that I've come up with, and storytelling. And the new ingredient means something new creatively
that you have not done before. Just something new. That's it. Okay, and that could be maybe it's a different game. Maybe it's a
now if I start
graphic,
talking, it's going to be
things,
out of sync.
The music, the way you narrate.
So
stuff,
actually,
the
hold on.
The editing. If it's a collaborative with something else, there are infinite creative possibilities in the world, right? But you have to try something new.
Now it probably will
to break down the new ingredients.
If I mute this, it probably will actually look like the version of me down there is the one that's talking. So now you really can't tell like who's talking, especially if I'm doing the same like motions, although that's like a little bit out of sync. So you have to do whatever I'm talking about down there. I can't really see. What is he saying? What is he saying? I'm so enthusiastic right now. Look at these hand motions. I'm so erratic without knowing the context. I just did this with 2 fingers. That was cool. Anyways. Okay, other questions. Which Doug is real? That's a good question. Yeah, there's no way of knowing. New Twitch meta. There's nothing what am I saying down there? Oh! Yeah! Fruit evil. God, this is a really good question. Thank you for asking. God forbid we did not have that question. Have you played Subnautica? I played a little bit of it. Didn't really do anything for me personally. It's just not my type of game. Seems cool. Are these... Okay, these are going to be perfectly out of sync. Somebody asked about like collabs with other creators. Yeah, I think right now the challenge is to like find collaborative streams that I am really excited to do, where I think I can bring something cool to the table. You know what I mean? Because there's like an infinite number of people I can just like play video games with, and that's cool. But I'm more interested in like trying to find something that's really that really leans into like my creative strengths in some way. So I think that's the challenge. There's a shitload of amazing, wonderful creators out there I would love to do stuff with. How can you start with no money and no hardware in a poor country? I mean, unfortunately, you do need to have some money and have some hardware. So I wish I could say, hey, there's this great way of doing it. I mean, I think you can do a lot of stuff without needing to spend a lot of money. I do think that is possible. But I don't know, unfortunately. That I think is probably the baseline. But you know, the main the whole point of the video is like you gotta just make stuff consistently. And I think if you do that and you find a way to weave that into your life, then you can get really successful at this. I don't think money is necessary, but you do have to have enough that obviously you can get by with your basic needs and whatnot. Is Doug delayed or am I going crazy? I think maybe try resetting your Twitch, because there seems to be some issues with Twitch right now. What computer do you have? It's Windows 10.
Hey Doug,
Yo.
Plug your outline or notes from your video into an AI and see if it generates actually good advice.
Oh, that's a good idea. I didn't write the whole script. It's just bullet points, so I don't think that will really work. But I do like where your head's at. Yeah, it's not gonna work, man. I only have the I don't think bullet points will do anything, right? With AI, it's not gonna work correctly. Put bullet points in the knowledge base. But then what would it happen next? I guess, yeah, let's generate an AI of what would make it a great great content creator. Do you have any tips for sticking to making content once a week for a whole year? How do you strike the balance between making things quick and making things quality? I think you have to, so this is an actual serious question. I think you have to make a decision about what finished means to you. Like, what to you is something that, you know, ideally is what you would want to be putting out into the world. Like, what is what you would want to be doing? If it's a YouTuber, you want to be a YouTuber, that's great. But like, what does that mean? Like, what is a finished video that like you would be excited to put out into the world? That should be your standard for what you're doing. And then, you make as many of those as fast as you can. So I think you just need to define for yourself, like, what is the core thing that I want to do? And maybe that looks different from how most people think that, you know, YouTube videos should be or whatever. But if you do that and you say that's the standard I'm shooting for every week or whatever time period you choose to do this stuff at, that is what is going to, you know, eventually work for you, I think, in terms of making the most progress with your creative voice, your brand, all that stuff. How do you get ideas for videos and streams? That leans into, that's more about like my skill set, which is to come up with dumb ideas and challenges. So for me, my brain is just spits out shit to do constantly. I don't have to even sit there and ever like brainstorm ideas. As long as I just like watch some videos and content every once in a while, my brain will just come up with lots of stuff. I have a document. Let me see how many pages it is. I have a document called my challenge ideas list. Let me see. So this is my gaming challenges doc. So this is single bullet point. I mean, this is just like some of the ones at the very top that are currently there. This is just ones I'll probably might do this week, which is just are similar to what that we've done before. And then it's broken on the sides into like stuff that is prepped. Stuff, it's not spoilers, stuff that is like prepped and ready to go, stuff that I think has a lot of potential but needs more research, stuff that's like really kind of undercooked and needs more thought, and then full details about all those ideas listed below. It is 325 pages of single space bullet points. So I don't know how many ideas are in there that could turn into actual streams, but at least like a couple hundred. So the point of that is not to say, oh, I have so many ideas, I'm the greatest, or I have so many ideas, I get to pull from this well of ideas forever. The point is that because I'm leaning into what I am good at, which is to be able to come up with these ideas, that's never a problem. Like, I've designed everything from the beginning to lean into what I can do really well. And for me, coming up with ideas and developing things that I think are going to be interesting challenges and goals that people can be involved with, right? That's one of the core things I think I can do well. So it is never, ever, ever hard to come up with ideas. There will always be 10,000 more ideas that I have than time to do it, right? So for me, coming up with ideas isn't challenging because that's not a challenge at all, you know? And for you, I think if you're having trouble coming up with ideas, that means you aren't leaning into what you are specifically great at enough, because if you lean into stuff you're great at, it's going to be pretty easy to get momentum on it. Or you're trying to force yourself into a category that you aren't actually going to be super comfortable in, which again, I think means you haven't really found what you love to do yet. Do you have hand Tourette's? I don't know what that means. Go to the Ouroboros for story? Why would that be better? Let's see if AI can come up with a better advice for content creators than me. In here? Oh, config preset. I'm dumb. Got it. Okay, got it. Okay, well. Yeah, well, also... We'll do rats. Okay, so we're doing an AI model that should be good for poems, lists, etc., as well as a rat-based focus. Oh my god, this is a lot. How many pages is this thing? Dude, my notes for this video I made
It is 21 pages long. All right, so let me enter it in here. Sincerely wish you the best. Long on our journey. Most rewarding thing I've done. Go be the best chef you can be. Doghole signing off. I didn't even say half these things. But anyway, this is all the bullet points that I wrote down. This is 21 pages of bullet points for the video that we listened to a little bit of before. So let us find out how to become a content creator, according to the AI. P.S. Shoutouts to all my fans, followers, subscribers, and viewers. Special thanks to Jeff for asking me to speak. Thank you, Jeff. I had a great time. Thanks for listening and have fun. Maybe I have to, like, cut it off midway through so it doesn't think this is over. If you enjoyed this episode, leave a review on Apple Podcasts. This is not a podcast. Follow us there to get notifications. Join the Discord channel for free fun. All right, we're going to back it up to here. Okay. We'll start it here. This is like the end of the core structure of the video, and there's no ending. Okay. Let's see how this goes. This should tell us how to make great YouTube content. Luck is the only way people find you, so focus on improving. I mean, yeah, keep making great content until you're discovered. Don't quit. Patience is important. Think long term. I mean, okay, these are all just basically things I said in the script. You will succeed eventually, but you must stick to your one-year plan and improve every week. Until then, enjoy the journey, have fun. I wrote this article because I had an epiphany while watching a stream about cooking. Okay. This was all just things I basically said. This hasn't really been anything new so far. In that stream, one of the participants made an awesome dish, a Thai chicken burger. He made a dish that combined 2 different types of food. When he showed me the ingredients, I realized those ingredients were totally new to me. And that got me thinking, what if people like me, who don't know these cooking techniques, could watch these shows and learn them too? That's the idea behind Skill Mix. Kind of. Okay. The goal is to help people discover new cooking. Boss Champ? Yeah? Is that it, or is it just done? It's still generating stuff. Alright, it's just frozen. I think it's working on rats. Oh, it timed out. Maybe try again. Yeah, I bet the rats are going to suddenly pop cooking skills without having to go to culinary school. Skill Mix is a platform that makes it easy to follow along with chefs as they show you how to make delicious dishes step by step. The whole Skill Mix team loves cooking, and we think you will too. All right, I'm going to do a prediction. How many minutes? How many minutes until rats show up? Less than 2, 2 to 4, or 4 plus. I'm going to set up a live split timer. Okay, new prediction is up. Okay, we need better music. 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 Oops. Uh-oh. No. Wrong program. All right. The prediction is up. How many minutes until rats show up? Less than 2, 2 to 4, and it looks like 4 plus is mostly winning right now. So you guys are gonna be screwed, dude. We're finally gambling. Watch rats be like the next sentence. I'm just gonna run the program. I've been working with Visual Studio and thought it opened itself. That'd be fun. There should be a Twitch plugin where I can just open programs on your guys' computers. All right. Ready, set, go. We'll just generate as fast as possible and see how long it takes.
I hope you'll join us and explore our content. Cheers, Doug. P.S. If you enjoyed this article, please share it on Facebook and Twitter. Today, we have a special treat for all the fans of Doug and Skill Mix. It's the voice actor from some of your favorite Skill Mix videos. Put your hands together for Brian Martin. B. Martin. I don't understand what's really going on here. Hey, everybody. My name is Brian. I guess my content creator advice video turned into like a show? Anyways, give it up for Martin, everybody. I'm an actor and a comedian. I grew up in Colorado, but I now live in New York City. Some of my credits include HBO's High Maintenance, SNL's Weekend Update, Fox's Making History, Amazon Prime's M-Rat, Mozart in the Jungle, Mr. Robot, USA Network. I also produce and host my own podcast, My Next Guest Needs No Introduction. That's a great podcast name. You can follow me on Twitter at BMR Radio. Is that real? And of course, you can check out my website at bmartincomedy.com. Here's some fun facts about me. I don't know any famous people. If I'm not doing comedy or acting, I love to cook. Classic Brian. I'm a terrible golfer. I like to play chess, but only when I know I have a winning strategy. I don't drink beer or eat meat. My favorite color is red because it goes with everything. I'm super competitive, but I'm not sure what sport I should try playing. The only TV shows I watch regularly are The Good Place and Game of Thrones. I've never read a book longer than 800 pages. What is going on? Is this a TV show? We don't care. I also like to play video games, especially strategy and simulation games. And my favorite movies are Saving Private Ryan, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, and Goonies. Wait. Oh, am I not logged in? I am logged in. Hold on. Oh, the subscription expired. All right, hold on. Please hold. We're good. Please look at the following graph. This will explain things. I need better music. I have a Novel AI gift code thing, so I just have to activate that in order to get out of the free trial. Because Novel AI reached out to me and were like, hey, here's a bunch of keys that you can use. So I was like, thank you. Cool. And now I need to find them. I don't know where I put them. I found them. Cool. The AI contacted you. No, not the AI. We need to visualize rats. Can you explain the chart? Yeah, I feel like we're not anywhere near rats, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. When we left off, what was going on? Brian is we're still on the rats module, right? Okay, the theme of the AI generated text is somehow rats. We're currently talking about Brian Martin, and he is introducing his entire life for some reason. I'm not clear what this has to do with what appears to be a cooking show called Skill Mix. Just join what's going on. I fed the script for my content creator advice video into Novel AI, and we're seeing how long it takes before the AI pivots the conversation to rats. Okay. Ready, set, go. You have 5 seconds to turn into rats for the first prediction choice to win. And if you're looking for a good time, I recommend you try watching American Dad, an episode where I guest starred. But I'm done talking about me. Now I want to hear from you. Uh-oh. Did it freeze? Try refreshing. There we go. I paused it until it's actually working again. There you go. What do you think of Skill Mix? Leave a comment below. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day. Brian. You can learn more about me and see some of my comedy work on my website at bmartincomedy.com. If you want to say hi, please feel free to email me at brian@bmrradio.net. P.S. Want to hear more from Brian? Subscribe to my podcast. My next guest needs no introduction. Hey, guys, my name is Brian. Uh-oh, we might be in a loop. How did we get into a loop from my content creator script? Wait. I'm also a big fan of game shows, especially the ones hosted by Alex Trebek. If you want to be part of this story or have any feedback, please leave a comment below. Thank you, everyone, for listening to my guest. Okay. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. My name is Brian, and I am a comedian and actor. I think we're stuck in a Brian loop. I love to cook, but in addition, I like to play chess. Chess is one of my favorite hobbies. If you want to play with me sometime, let's get it set up through my website, bmartincomedy. It's got 35 seconds left to go to Rats. Okay. Talking to David Letterman and what makes him tick. It is really interesting. It will help you get better at playing chess and being a good person. He's plugging his website again. I think the 4+ minutes for Rats will win. Oh, now he's introduced David Letterman. David Letterman, thank you so much for sitting down with me today. David Letterman, thanks for having me on. B. Martin, so I want to start by saying I'm a huge fan of yours. I loved your shows when I was growing up. I used to watch it every single night, and I would stay up late to catch the reruns. All right, officially, the first two options of the predictions have lost. And I want to do that interview with you for my first one ever because you were, in my eyes, one of the coolest guys on earth. David Letterman, you are. I mean, this is a guy who gets up every day and makes people laugh. That's pretty special. So tell me what you've been up to recently. Well, I've done a lot of interviews, obviously. Okay, I don't think the third option wins unless we actually have Rats. I have a book. We did a podcast. I think we need to find Rats before you guys actually win. The prediction was, when do we find Rats? I have another show called The Late Show. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Yeah, David Letterman really isn't known for the late night. It's on Hulu. It's a talk show. It's a little bit of a departure for me, but it's fun to try new stuff. It's got to have Rats eventually, dude. So it's been interesting. I love what I'm doing. Okay, we're literally just going to keep going until there's Rats. Oh my god. Why are they interviewing David Letterman on what is apparently a show about cooking? I'm still working on my guest needs no introduction. Okay. I'm literally just scanning for Rats. What is this mod? What does the Rats module do? There have been no Rats. This is... Yeah, we might be here a while. I feel like at any second, Rats might pop up. This is just an interview with David Letterman. They could infinitely never mention Rats. I think if it gets into a loop, where it is literally stuck in a loop, then nobody wins the prediction. What is... They're just talking... They're just talking about the talk show, dude. Okay. This... We're gonna turn up... I think we can... Alright, we're... The number of characters is way higher now. We're just looking for Rats. Dude, Jesus Christ, this is the most boring interview. This is so boring. It's just David Letterman talking. Okay, your answers are... Okay. I thought the episode with Morgan Freeman was the best. Is Morgan Freeman a rat in the context of this novel AI story? I was glad that you said things like, when you see me with Morgan Freeman, you might get confused because they look similar. I mean, that's a weird coincidence. Yeah, I think it's important for the viewers to know that. And I have a friend who is a dentist and he has a client named Morgan Freeman. He does? Morgan Free Rat. I mean, if we get confirmation that Morgan Freeman is a rat, that's a great story, by the way. No, it wasn't. I was wondering if I could ask you one last question. What's your advice for people who want to become successful in show business? Oh, here we go. Okay, it's finally going to answer the question. Because there are a lot of aspiring comics, actors, and writers out there. They all want to have some kind of success. What do you tell them about making their dreams come true? Well, that's a good question. I'm not going to lie to you. I had no idea when I started out that I was going to end up where I did. If you asked me 20 years ago, Brian, how far do you think you can go? I would have said, wait, Brian, isn't this David Letterman answering? I would have said, Brian, how far do you think you can go? I would have said, that's impossible. I don't know anything about television. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to write. I'm just not smart enough, and I don't know anything about the business. But it turned out that I was able to find my own voice. And as soon as I started doing that, something weird happened. People started taking me seriously, and I found that I was learning all these things along the way. We should rate whether this is better. David Letterman's advice is better or worse than my hour and 40-minute video. Even now, after 20-some odd years in the business, I still have a lot to learn. But the important thing is to be true to yourself because it's the only chance that you're going to have of getting anywhere. You really have to figure out what makes you different from everybody else. The key to that is not trying to mimic other people or copy someone else's style. If you want to make it, you need to be yourself. He's basically saying my same thing. That's why I've always been fascinated with people who do that. It's easy for somebody like you, Brian. You're very talented in the comedy realm. You're also able to bring in these really serious subjects that other hosts might not touch on. When are the rats going to happen? For example, when you interviewed Malala Yousafzai, it wasn't just a funny conversation. There was an element of sincerity and seriousness that you brought to the table. I think that's what separates you from your colleagues, because there's a lot of hosts that don't take their work seriously enough. Yeah, I agree, and I feel like you've got some real edge in the way you conduct these interviews. Sometimes I can't tell, oh my god, this is it's never going to be a rats. We're going to 10 minutes. You know what? That's another great thing about this job. You could, okay, different conversation. Thanks for coming. Okay, the interview is done. We have like 45 seconds to find rats. David Letterman. Well, it's nice to meet you, Brian. I wish you nothing but the best. I hope I get a chance to meet you soon. Yeah, soon. Thanks a lot. Okay, it was nice meeting you. Nice meeting you too, David. Take care of yourself. I will. See you. Bye-bye. Oh my god, yes, they've said bye. Where are the rats? Thank you so much for your time. Oh yeah, you're welcome. I'll talk to you later. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, thanks for watching. I'm out. We're back. B. Martin and David Letterman. A new season is beginning. Welcome back to the show. David Letterman's back from Sony Pictures Television. The Late Show with David Letterman is produced by Worldwide Pants Inc. and distributed worldwide by CBS. The Late Show with David Letterman, episode 926. David Letterman, I have some great guests today. Is it just literally generating David Letterman episodes? All right. I don't know if the people who said it was going to be 4+ minutes till rats are going to win. Okay, what about this? If rats appear in the next 1 minute, option 3 wins. I'm just going to put rats. If it continues this, if it mentions rats again in the next 1 minute at all, you win. But if it immediately goes back into David Letterman for a full minute, you don't get the win, okay? It has to talk about rats this time. Ready? Set. Go. David Letterman. They're here today to talk to us a movie about Ratatouille. This is going to be great. So let me give you the 411. Ratatouille tells the story of Remy, an adorable rat who dreams of becoming a chef. Okay, all I put was rats, and it somehow connected the cooking. It somehow connected the cooking stuff to rats and making content, I think. Wait, what? So Remy and his friend Linguini accidentally make a big mistake that could ruin everything, and their only hope of saving the restaurant is to become the best rat chef they can possibly be. I know the plot sounds a little far-fetched, but it's based on a true story, and it's funny too. So come back with me and let's meet these two real-life characters and find out what they've been up to since the last time I saw them. B. Martin, I'm ready for some Ratatouille. David Letterman, here we go. Languinipius. Welcome. We're here today to talk to you about a little film you know quite well called Ratatouille. David Letterman. Oh yeah, I love that movie. B. Martin, me too. It was amazing. Languinipius. Yes, that's why we're here today, to discuss this wonderful film. Right, let's get started. B. Martin and David Letterman. Let's hear it for our hosts. Thank you. I'll start it off. What's it like being in the cast of Ratatouille? You guys played some great roles. Benedict. Thanks, man. Ben, how did you get into acting? These people are terrible at having conversations. This is nonsense, dude. I wonder, can it just like tell me? Hold on. We're going to do another bet. Okay. Prediction. Choose outcome. 4+ wins. Does Donkey show up in the AI-generated Shrek script? I'm going to say, here's the story of Shrek at the top. Here's the story of the movie Shrek at the top. Does Donkey actually show up at all? In the first 0 to 2 minutes, 2 to 4, 4 to 6, or it doesn't show up at all before 6 minutes. Get your bets in. I feel like that could be like a first sentence, dude. I have no clue. Do a slightly more obscure character. We'll start with Donkey. This is a new game show we can do. I should do a news story. That's your starting line, okay? This is quite diverged from the main topic. Oh yeah, this is not a question and answer about content creator advice. Or maybe it is. Who knows? Okay, you've got like a minute. Can it include Brian somehow? If it wants to include Brian, then yes. Put Shrek in quotes. I don't think that will change anything. That might make it less coherent. I don't know. I feel like this is going to confuse it. Does it include Benedict, though? Are people named Ben? Is that short for Benedict? I didn't know that. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. How long does it take for the AI to generate Donkey into the story of Shrek? Ready? Set. Go. Here's the story of the hit movie Shrek. In a faraway kingdom, there lived an ogre named Shrek. He was not just any oaf, he had a brain, and he could speak like a human being. His best friend, Donkey, was quite clever. Absolutely crushed, dude. Absolutely roasted. Insane. Insane. 0 to 2 minutes crushes it. Okay, wait. Let's do a different movie with a slightly more obscure character. What's like a really well-known movie that we're all familiar with, that like everybody's familiar with? And then we pick like a side character, and we see how quickly that side character comes up. Star Wars. Star Wars is a good one. I want to do Star Wars rather than like Megamind or Lion King or something like that. Star Wars is good. Jar Jar Binks is not going to show up. How about Star Wars and Yoda? Star Wars and like Yoda is fairly specific, but Baby Yoda also could be there, dude. Jabba the Hutt is way too specific. Jar Jar Binks is too specific too. He's only in like 2 movies. I think Yoda, we do Yoda, right? Okay, so the prediction is going to be, does Yoda show up in Star Wars AI? Dude, I don't know. I feel like this is a total grab bag. 2 to 4. We'll go for 6 minutes tops. No Yoda. You got 1 minute. Get your bets in. Get your bets in. Go. Which trilogy, though? I'm just going to say, here's the story of Star Wars. That's all I'm going to say. This is the story of the hit movie Star Wars. That's our starting point. Say the entire story. I don't think it's going to matter. But sure. I don't think that'll affect it, dude. Hi, Munch. Thank you for the 42 months. Don't say series. Yeah, the entire story. I'm not saying series. Yoda appears in the 3rd movie. No, he appears in the 2nd, right? I don't actually remember. I'm going to be in debt if Yoda appears. I don't think that's how it works. Okay. Turn up the amount of text. I don't want to turn up too much because that's hard to read. I'll do like 240. All right. Ready, set, go. This is the entire story of the hit movie Star Wars. It's just a few minutes long, so you can watch it in one sitting. But if you want to know what happens next or how the story ends, well, that's up to you. Han Solo and Princess Leia are on their way home. They're going to have to go into hiding for a while, but they'll be safe there because the Empire will never find them, right? As soon as they get back to Han's ship, he starts asking questions about the Death Star. Where did it come from? Who built it? Why would anyone build such an enormous weapon? He doesn't like to think about it, and neither do we. But some questions don't go away no matter how hard you try. And when Hans discovers something that nobody else knows, it changes everything. I've got a bad feeling about this, says Chewbacca. Classic. He's right. Something is terrible is coming. But what? And who will stop it? The galaxy needs heroes now more than ever. This could be Yoda. Right now. So who will answer the call? Princess... Oh, shit! It just lists all the characters. It just listed everybody, dude. Princess Leia, Luke Skywalker, Chewbacca, Obi-Wan Kenobi, R2-D2, Yoda. Oh, absolutely roasted. Han and Luke return to their ship to find someone waiting for them. The bounty hunter Jabba. That's not correct at all. Damn, dude. Option 1 crushing it this time. This is a great new game show. Option 1 wins. Huge payout for the believers. I don't know if this is really believing, but what... I should probably change the title. I'll guess, movie, time, AI, when, script, happen, dollar reduce.
This is really answering all my questions about content creation, Doug.
I'll leave the title down there. I think as long as the title of the stream says this is a content creator advice video, it's still that. Okay. How long for divorce to show up in a... There's no way. Would it know? I don't know if it would know. I don't think it would know who I am. I don't think divorce would work. I'm going to test this. We're not going to bet on this. Doug is a popular gaming YouTuber. He makes videos about... What do you think, that? There's no way divorce would show up. It's not gonna, like, guys, I'm not like wildly famous, first off. Secondly, there isn't enough like text out in the world.
Hi, Doug. You look great today.
Thank you. There's not enough text out in the world for this thing to analyze and understand. Like, I make videos, right? It does not analyze videos. I mean, you can bet if you want. This will be like a really quick one. We'll do like 3 minutes. Does divorce, we'll just say the word divorce, show up in Doug script? There's no way. Under 4 minutes, no. I mean, this is also a chance, if you're a believer, to just make an astronomical amount of money, because this feels like an insane bet. What if the first word is divorce? What if the only word that it generates is divorce, period? And then it's just done. It's just done. Mention a wife. Well, I mean, if I lead it on, yeah, probably. Anyone who bets no is a fake Doug fan. Change the Wikipedia articles. We do have a Wikitubia page that mentions divorce, I think. So theoretically, if it scraped that and added that into the data set that this AI is generating off of, then it's possible. You put all of your dollary dues on no. I'm only doing this for 4 minutes. I don't think I want to do solving problems that no one has. I want to leave it open-ended about, like, I'm curious, what does this AI know about me? I'm going to guess this This is my prediction. It's just going to spit out generic stuff about YouTube and Twitch. It's going to be like, he makes videos about video games and they are very popular on YouTube or whatever. I don't think it's going to happen. Let us find out in 3, 2, 1. Let's Plays, and particularly does a lot of Halo 4 content, which has been very successful. His channel currently has over 5 million subscribers. He also runs the website Fandom Phenomena, where fans can discuss their favorite games and films with other fans. Tonight I'm going to be playing through an episode of his new series, The Doug Game Show. Okay, this is interesting. It's a live playthrough that takes place at a convention called RTX. In this episode, he plays as a character named Sugar Cube, although it's not explained how this is pronounced. He's a space mercenary who uses his abilities to get out of sticky situations. The opening sequence shows us Sugar Cube getting into a spaceship, then crashing onto a planet before we get any dialogue. After using one of his powers to escape the crash site, he discovers a crashed alien craft and retrieves some sort of weapon from inside. Back in the ship, we're treated to a cutscene where he talks to his AI companion who tells him that someone tried to kill him while he was down there. The AI knows that I make videos about AI, apparently. The rest of the episode follows our space mercenary as he tries to find out what happened to him and why. His AI companion is always present, commenting on the situation or telling the player what they should do next. But it's a game? I've never played a game like this before. Most video game playthroughs are done by a single person who simply guides you through the story. Guys, I don't think divorce is going to happen. This is a bit different because Sugar Cube is meant to be part of a team. You'll see multiple people commenting on each situation, but ultimately the decisions are up to you. It's also quite short, taking around 2 hours to complete. There's only one area to explore as well, so if you take your time and soak up the atmosphere, that's something you can do. If you choose to ignore the commentary, then the AI, oh my god, it's a, yeah. They'll often give you hints to progress. When I first started playing, I thought it was going to be really boring, and then I got divorced. But after a few minutes, it became clear there was going to be many choices that need to be made, and it was interesting. The combat, oh my god, it's just a generic video game. Each enemy type has its own weakness. You can use your weapons. Then you get to pick the weapon and make them stronger. This is just a generic description for an RPG video game. Enemies aren't too hard, but there's plenty of them, and things can get hectic if you don't know what you're doing. After finishing the game, I did a quick search online and found that most players enjoyed the experience. One thing that several mentioned was the ending was a little abrupt. Personally, I felt like it ended with the perfect amount of suspense. Overall, I'd recommend giving this one a try. It isn't for everyone, but for those who enjoy these types of games, will probably have fun with it. If you decide to play, let me know what you think. What the hell? The Church of the Flaming Sword is a small cult based out of a small village in rural England. Many years ago, the villagers lived in peace. However, one day a stranger came to town. His name was Father Dave, and he claimed to be a holy man. Honestly, this is a higher chance of having the word divorce, whatever this is. He claimed that God had sent him to spread the word of Jesus. Father Dave was certainly persuasive. Soon after his arrival, set up a church in the center. People were confused, but they saw that he was a kind and good-hearted priest to help the villagers. Father Dave taught them the Bible, then he suddenly vanished. Nobody knows what happened, but in his absence, they began to worship him. They built a shrine and prayed every day. More people joined the church. The villagers eventually forgot about the true God. Over the next couple decades, the Church of the Flaming Sword grew and prospered. They took in orphans, helped out the poor. The people of the village saw the good the church was doing, accepted them as their own. But one day, the villagers received a letter from Father Dave. He claimed the church was now under attack from demons and that the villagers must defend themselves. They laughed, and then they started to hear strange noises from the forest, and they started to see frightening creatures. A huge demon appeared in the middle of the village. What is going on? It killed dozens of people and destroyed churches. Then Father Dave showed up and told the villagers he was able to defeat the demon because he'd been blessed by God. Now the villagers feel the demons more than anything else. They believe that Father Dave is a prophet, that he was chosen by God to fight against evil. The villagers are preparing to celebrate Father Dave's birthday when he will supposedly return. In the present day, a journalist named Danny travels to the village to write an article about the church. He finds that people are suspicious and doesn't understand why they worship a false god, but he also wants to find out more about Father Dave and what happened to him. He meets a young girl named Mary who lives in the village. She tells Danny that she believes in Father Dave. As they talk, they discover that the villages are hiding a terrible secret. The villagers worship a demon. Now the villagers want Danny dead and will stop at nothing to protect themselves. The writing style in this book is very casual, which makes it easy. What? You can tell the author didn't care much about getting into depth into these characters. Instead, he focused on creating an exciting narrative. That's fine, but it does mean that the world feels somewhat shallow and underdeveloped. That, again, was all about Doug is a popular gaming YouTuber. Congratulations, doubters. You won that handily, dude. No wins the bet.
Hey Sugar Cube, didn't see you there. Could you say hi to Doug for me?
Yo, Sugar Cube.
Maybe when I use the voice, the deep voice, like this is my sugar cube voice.
Hey, it's me, Sugar Cube.
Wait, what is going on? Why is it like... Test. It's super robotic-y. I don't know why. Test. Uh-oh. Maybe this thing is broken. I don't know. Hello? No, now it's fine. I don't... Whoa!
Okay. So, okay, anyway. This is the Sugar Cube voice. Alright, let's play one more. That's not how you pronounce it. Well, we don't know how to pronounce it. We have no idea. Okay, I pulled up Cherry's stream, who I'm gonna raid in a little bit, and then if I play his stream, you can hear his stream.
Streams? Yeah, I remember we did it. We watched one episode, and then we're like, wait a minute.
Put in the Sugar Cube voice.
We're like, right around any parking spot.
How do I pronounce Sugar Cube? I don't know. We don't know. It's not explained how it's pronounced.
Okay.
Oh, there's like one right there.
Oh, okay, they're parking. What is your professional opinion on Chef Boyardee? You mean a Sugar Cube? All right, let's do one more. And then I'm gonna call it for the day and raid somebody. What's one more script that we could do? One more movie where it's Sugarukubu. I don't think that's how you pronounce Sugar Cube. Not Fat Albert. None of us know the plot of Fat Albert. One Tree Hill. No. Maybe Monsters Inc. Ratatouille could be good. It already knows rats. Although we already tested it. The Bee Movie. What happens in the Bee Movie? Does anybody know? Oh, we could do Lord of the Rings. That might get way off. Okay. Lord of the Rings. Aladdin could be good. We could also do Lion King. If we do Lion King, what would we be looking for? What would the challenge be? Mufasa. I mean, Mufasa is the main character. We could do Timon and Pumbaa. Zazu? No, Zazu's too specific. I think we do Timon and Pumbaa. Because they're like later in the video. I mean, they'll definitely come up eventually. Oh, right. Sorry. Simba's the main character. I was thinking Simba, when he got older, is Mufasa, but that's not correct. You want to say Mufasa, dude? I think we do Pumbaa. Wait, do we say specifically Pumbaa? So we're going to have it generate the full script of The Lion King, and we see how quickly it generates Pumbaa. Okay. This is the full story of the movie The Lion King. It's pronounced Plumba. All right, that was good. First funny Ploob reference in about 3 years. When does Pumbaa show up? You can't say Poob or Ploob. You'll get banned. Well, you won't get banned. You'll get timed out for a little bit. 0 to 1 minute. 1 to 4 minutes. 4 to 5? No, 4 to 6. And then no Poomb. Okay, you got 1 minute. It's the final one.
Ahem. Sugar Ploob.
It's pronounced Sugar Poob. Pumbaa my dance. Got him. Is it, yeah, there's a lot of deleted messages. Why is that word banned? Because that's one of those things where for some reason people turn into literal parrots and just spam it excessively in the chat. It would just, one person would say Poob or Ploob, and then 100 people would just spam it non-stop for several straight minutes. They wouldn't say anything interesting or clever or modify in any way. They just turned into this weird robot that had to spam it. This happened over and over. So we had 1984 them, unfortunately. Okay. The prediction. What was the balance? Where did everybody land? Oh, this is pretty mixed. Okay, 30% saying in the first minute, 40% saying 1 to 4 minutes. That'd probably be my guess. 11% saying 4 to 6 minutes, and 18% saying no Pumbaa within 6 minutes. Okay, here we go. Pumbaa's overrated. I mean, he's pivotal to the story. I think he's definitely going to be in there, dude. Ready? Set, go. The Lion King was released in 1994 and became a huge hit. Tells the story of Simba, the lion cub, who leaves Pride Rock to seek his destiny. He meets up with many animals on his journey to becoming king. Along the way, he must overcome various obstacles to achieve his goals. The Disney animators did an amazing job capturing the essence of Africa and bringing it to life through animation. If you haven't seen the film, I highly recommend. Okay, Simba's father, Scar, has become the new leader after Mufasa's death. Oh, that's correct. He plans to kill Simba so he can be the next king of Pride Rock. However, the hyenas throw him off the cliff instead, and he lands in a thorn bush where he is stuck for days. A baby bird named Timon. Timon is one of my favorite characters. Finds him while looking for food himself. She takes pity on him and nurses him back to health. Somehow has dodged Pumbaa so far. Meanwhile, Scar continues his quest to kill Simba by killing Zazu, the only other animal who knows about Simba. As a result, he ends up being killed by Simba when he tries to attack him. This makes Simba the new king. There are some great scenes in the end credits too, which shows what happened to each of the characters after the story ended. There were 2 sequels, Lion King 2, Simba's Pride, and The Lion King 1.5. Both of them are pretty good, although they aren't as well known as the original. I hope you enjoyed reading about The Lion King. How did it dodge Pumbaa? Timon and Pumbaa are supposed to be together. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Oh my god, in this episode we're discussing the Civil War, how America was divided. We also discuss the Civil War itself and look back at the effect it has. I mean, we'll keep it going. Maybe somebody in the war will be named Pumbaa. Finally, we finished the episode by discussing slavery before moving on to the Reconstruction era. Enjoy. You may have noticed that I'm not using the full title American Civil War. This is because there's actually more than one war involved in this conflict. While it's common knowledge that the Union and Confederate armies fought against each other, it's less known that both sides had several allies during the war. In fact, Britain supported the Confederacy from the start, while France remained neutral. Germany, Austria-Hungary, Sweden, Russia, Spain, Denmark, and Mexico all provided support to the Union. Japan and China also gave aid to the Confederates, and the Ottoman Empire sends military supplies to the southern slave owners. That is not correct. Even though the official cause of the war was the issue of slavery, there were many other reasons why it started. It began with the succession of southern states like Texas, in Arkansas, but the seeds of discord were planted much earlier when Abraham Lincoln was elected president. That's kind of true. People often associate the Civil War with battles such as Gettysburg or Antietam. However, most historians agree that the real turning point in the war came at Shiloh when Robert E. Lee fought under the command of General Ulysses Grant. It's not correct. While the battle itself was relatively small, it proved decisive in the long run. Victory at Shiloh stopped the Union Army's advance and allowed the Confederates to regroup. Pumbaa might go to war. Okay, quick side bet. Is Pumbaa going to fight for the Union or the Confederacy? After this, it became clear that the South could no longer win a war of attrition, and Lincoln decided to launch a massive invasion of the South. The Battle of Gettysburg marked the beginning of the end for the Confederacy, and the rest is history. Kind of true. This is the full story of the movie Jurassic Park. Okay, maybe Pumbaa is a Tyrannosaurus Rex now. You have 3 more minutes. Jurassic Park, directed by Steven Spielberg, was released in 1993 and made over $1 billion at the box office. Not true. It tells the story of a theme park populated by dinosaurs brought to life through genetic engineering. Jurassic Park was built by John Hammond, who wanted to create the perfect paradise where people could come and enjoy themselves without any worries. However, things take a turn for the worse when the park's security system fails and a group of visitors get stranded by the T-Rex. Their only hope of survival lies with the scientists who designed the park and must find a way to stop the rampaging beast. The main characters are Dr. Alan Grant, who's tasked with researching the island, and Ellie Sattler, who worked on the security team. They're joined by Lex, the raptor trainer. That doesn't seem correct. Owen, the ex-Marine who helps them escape from the T-Rex, and a velociraptor named Blue. Okay, this is increasingly incorrect. There are some great scenes in the end credits, too, which show what happened to each of the characters after the story ended. It's been almost 20 years since Jurassic Park was released, but people still love it just as much. The special effects hold up very well, and there are plenty of action scenes that will thrill even the biggest movie fan. You can watch it on Netflix, Amazon, or another streaming service if you don't have access to a DVD player. There's also a sequel to the film called Jurassic World, which was released in 2015. While it wasn't as well received as the original, it did make a lot of money and is currently the highest grossing movie of all time. That's not true. The third installment of the series, which is scheduled to be released in 2021, will hopefully live up to the high standards set by its predecessors. I hope you enjoyed reading about Jurassic Park. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. This is the full story of the movie Cinderella. Hold on. I paused the timer. How long does the prediction have? The last prediction is like till 6 minutes, right? Okay, you have a minute and a half for Pumbaa to show up. I gotta say, your odds aren't very good. I wish you the best. Here we go. Cinderella, directed by Kenneth Branagh, was released in 2015 and became the 21st highest grossing movie of all time. It tells the classic fairy tale of Cinderella, who finds herself in poverty with her mean stepmother and stepsisters. One day, the prince arrives at her home to meet his future bride, but she turns him away, believing him to be a thief. What? When the prince becomes injured, he realizes that the girl he loves is truly the one he should marry. With the help of the fairy godmother, Cinderella finally goes to the ball and meets her Prince Charming. While Cinderella isn't as well known as the likes of Snow White or Beauty and the Beast, it's still a great Disney film. The story is simple, but the animation and voice acting are excellent, and the songs are catchy too. One of my favorite scenes is when the king orders the prince to take a test that will reveal his true nature. He's forced to run barefoot across the burning sand while a pack of wolves chases after him. The scene is beautifully animated and really captures the fear that the prince must have felt in that moment. There's also a short film called Once Upon a Time in Anatolia, which was released alongside the original theatrical release of Cinderella. It follows 3 Turkish families who are taken hostage by terrorists. During the ordeal, Cinderella comes to the rescue and rescues a young boy named Danger. The short film was nominated for an Academy Award and won Best Animated Short Film at the 2015 Oscars. If you're a big fan of fairy tales, I highly recommend watching Cinderella and Once Upon a Time in Anatolia. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. This is the full story of the movie Jungle Book. Sorry, we aren't going to get to watch Jungle Book because 6 minutes is up. You lose. The winners of the prediction are the people who said there would be no Pumbaa. Congratulations to the 18%. You win a big fucking payout. Pumbaa might have been one of the terrorists. Probably he was. Dude, I can't believe that it dodged Pumbaa at the beginning. A baby bird named Timon finds him while looking for food. She takes pity on him. They turned Timon into a bird and then just left out Pumbaa. Unreal. Zazu was in it. Yeah, Zazu had more screen time in that movie than Pumbaa. Pumbaa's like the main character of Lion King, practically. All right. Well, that was a stream. Nobody can argue that this was not a stream. Ouroboros is going to make multi-episode stories. I thought I'm not on that for this, though. Yeah, no, I'm not on this. I created a new story. This was the most stream. This probably goes on the list for worst stream of the year. I do want to do a best and worst streams of the year tier list. It's definitely one of the streams of all time. Should have been on the Rats theme. Oh, that would have been good. One Tree Hill was worse. No, I actually had a good time. This is a very different stream. I'm mostly just talking, shooting shit. This was fun. Hopefully, if you thought any of the stuff I was talking about was interesting, you can watch the full video Doug Guide on new content creators. You can go look for that. And I am really proud of it. I think it distills what I believe to be the really important thing and the most optimal strategy for becoming a content creator. But maybe it doesn't. Who knows? It's a shot in the dark. I just pow into the air. And if you can shoot down a YouTube and catch it and you steal it for yourself, then you're a famous YouTuber now. That's all I got to do. All right, I'm going to raid my friend, Raging Cherry. This is a wonderful dude who stayed with me for a couple months and whose roommate we decorated with Fat Albert posters and a ball pit. He's doing an IRL stream. He's going to go to... Meerkats are a type of bird. That's not correct. He's doing an IRL stream, which is sweet, and they're going to a rage room, which is where they're just going to break a bunch of stuff. I think the rage room starts in like 30 minutes. Let me see what they're doing right now. Oh, they're at the rage room. Good timing. All right. He is online. Okay. What should our rage message or rage? What should our raid message be? Maybe like I'm ready to rage and then swift rage. That emote. The emote of the dude yelling. Hope they're being safe and following the rules. I mean, I hope they don't go and just like kill a person, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna I'm pretty sure they're like being legal and stuff. This is like they're not going into like somebody's house and just breaking shit. It's an appointment with a business. Yeah, get your rage. I'm ready to rage messages ready for this raid. Raid your kitchen. I'm ready to break stuff. Swift rage. All right. Yeah, okay, you guys look pretty ready to rage. I think I'll be ready. Cherry is awesome. He's been planning some more streaming stuff and has some sweet IRL stuff planned. So it's him and a group of friends. My understanding is a rage room is where you just break a bunch of shit. So it should be a good time. Hey, as always, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. It was a fun stream. I should be back tomorrow unless something comes up. I don't know what I will do. Triarus, thank you so much. Triarus. My God, my brain failed. Thank you so much for the 12 months. I appreciate it. Should be back tomorrow and Tuesday and Wednesday. That is the current plan. Have a great time. Have fun raging. Goodbye, chat.